It is both an honor and a privilege to be your host for this momentous occasion, the inaugural ceremony of the GIAN course on climate change vulnerability, migration and displacement, the growing challenge and potential policy responses, organized by the prestigious Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia, in collaboration with Columbia University, United States of America. Since our Vice Chancellor sir had to leave the station for some urgent official work, so unfortunately he won't be able to join us today. I very humbly request our revered dignitaries to kindly take their seats on the dais. I extend a grateful and hearty welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Masar Asif sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Jamia Millia Islamia in his absentia. A guest of honor, Professor P.K. Joshi sir. Sir, please take your seat. School of Environmental Science, JNU. A distinguished guest, Professor Saiduddin sir, Dean Faculty of Sciences, Jamia Millia Islamia. Professor Atiqur Rahman sir, Head of the Department, Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia. Respected Professor Alex Desjardins sir, Columbia University, United States of America, whose presence enriches our gathering. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders, past and present. We are gathered here to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the intersection of climate change and human mobility, and I can think of no better institution than Jamia Millia Islamia to host this critical conversation. To commence our proceedings with a moment of spiritual reflection, I now invite our research scholar, Mr. Uzair Gul, to bless this gathering with the recitation from the Holy Quran. Mr. Uzair Gul.
A very good morning and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد صدق الله العلي العظيم. This is one of the shortest chapters of the Quran, Surah Al-Ikhlas. It describes in very brief the concept of Tawheed or monotheism in Islam. And the translation is as follows. Say, O Prophet, He is Allah, the One and Indivisible. He is Allah, the Sustainer, needed by all. He has never had offspring, nor was He born, and there is none comparable to Him. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah khair, Mr. Gul, for that beautiful recitation that has set the perfect tone for our deliberations today. We are truly privileged to have such distinguished scholars and administrators with us today. It is time to acknowledge and felicitate the graceful presence of our invited dignitaries with a token of gratitude. To do the honors, first, I request Professor Atiqur Rahman sir to kindly felicitate Professor Alex Desjardins sir with a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Masood Ehsan Siddiqui sir to kindly felicitate the keynote speaker, Professor P.K. Joshi sir. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Mary Tahir Madam to felicitate Professor Saiduddin sir, the Dean Faculty of Sciences, Jamia Millia Islamia. Thank you, Madam. Now I request Professor Harun Sajjad sir to kindly felicitate Professor Atiqur Rahman sir, the GIAN course coordinator. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let us immerse ourselves in honor of our institution with the rendition of the Jamia Millia Islamia Tarana.
शौक मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा हुए थे आके यही फरमाज़ ओ दीवानी हुए थे आके यही फरमाज़ ओ दीवानी उठे थे सुन के जो आवाज़ें मनाने वतन थे सुन के जो आवाज़ें हराने वतन यहीं से शौक की बेरातियों को रात मिला यहीं से शौक की बेरातियों को रात मिला किसी ने होश को बख्शा जुनून का पैरा किसी ने होश को बख्शा जुनून का पैरा यहीं से लाल सहरा को ये सुराग मिला यहीं से लाल सहरा को ये सुराग मिला के दिल के दाग को किस तरह रखते हैं रोशन के दिल के दाग को किस तरह रखते हैं रोशन दया रे शौक मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा सफीरों का गया ये अहले शौक की बस्ती ये सफीरों का गया यहाँ की सुबहानी रानियाँ की शाम गई यहाँ की सुबहानी रानियाँ की शाम गई यहाँ के रस्मों रहे मैं कशी जुदा सबसे यहाँ के रस्मों रहे मैं कशी जुदा सबसे यहाँ के जाम नए तरह रब से जाम नहीं यहाँ के जाम नए तरह रब से जाम नहीं यहाँ पे तशना लबी मैं कशी का हासिल है यहाँ पे तशना लबी मैं कशी का हासिल है ये बज़्म में दिल है यहाँ की सलाहियाँ नहीं ये बज़्म में दिल है यहाँ की सलाहियाँ शहरे आरज़ू मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा दया रे शौक मेरा शहरे आरज़ू मेरा छनावरी का ताफाजा है नौ बनो तूफान, छनावरी का ताफाजा है नौ बनो तूफान, किनारे मौज में आसूदगी ये साहिल है, किनारे मौज में आसूदगी ये साहिल है, गया रे शौक मेरा, गया रे शौक मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा, गया रे शौक मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा, शहरे आरज़ू मेरा.
Thank you. Those euphonious tunes remind us of Jamia's proud legacy of scholarship and social commitment, values that will guide us throughout the discussions during this 5-day GIAN course. It is now my pleasure to invite Professor Atiqur Rahman Sir, Head of the Department of Geography and Course Coordinator of the GIAN program, to deliver the welcome address and introduce us to the vision behind this prestigious initiative. Just a moment, sir. Professor Atiqur Rahman Sir is a renowned academic and researcher in urban environmental management and geospatial science. With over 3 decades of experience, he has contributed to international collaborations, including NASA and ICMR CIHR projects. He has authored more than 180 research papers in 19 books, and his work is globally recognized, featuring in Stanford's list of the top 2% scientists worldwide. Professor Rahman Sir is also an editor for reputed journals and actively supervises doctoral research in climate change, urban ecosystems, and environmental risk management. Sir.
Very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Dignitaries on the dais, different participants of this important GIAN course, those who have come from different parts of the country. My dear students, invited guests, faculty members, I am very happy to be on this stage in this morning today on an important day, that is the inauguration of GIAN course. At the very outset, let me thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mazhar Asif Sahab. He was very much here, but due to some certain, unforeseen important commitment, he has to leave for one day outside Delhi. So we miss him. Guest of honor, Professor Joshi from JNU. Thank you, sir, for coming. Professor Alex Saiduddin Sahab, Dean Faculty of Science. Let me tell you something little short about the department. Sir, the department started teaching of geography way back in 1958 by late Qazi Muhammad Ahmad Sahab. He was one of the founder professor of this department, the university. The full-fledged department was started in 1971. Diploma in remote sensing GIS started way back in 1984 when no university was offering remote sensing. We were the first university in Northern India which was offering remote sensing diploma from 1984. Then PG diploma was started to see the need of the disaster which is coming frequently in the country. That was the mandate of the UGC also to teach the disaster management course. So with that view, Jamia started PG diploma in disaster management in 2015. Then later on we started MSc disaster management and climate sustainability studies in 2018. Another very important master's course. In recognition to performance of the department in remote sensing, GIS teaching and research, ISRO recognized this department and funded at that time, way back in 2003, 27 lakhs rupees to strengthen the teaching and research. And for that, we have developed a very good lab at that time. I am very fortunate and happy to let you know that the department has a unique distinction of being conferred with two important research support, one by DST, that is called FIST, in 2014, and again in UGC, again recognized, and they granted us SAP, Special Assessment Program 1, in 2016. And in that, we got a lot of money. And with that, we developed and strengthened the department infrastructure and other thing. Research project has been taken by distinguished faculty members of the department from different agencies. The name a few: UGC, ICSSR, DST, Central Work Council, and many more. The department frequently organized training workshop in geospatial technologies and conference seminars every alternate year or 2 years. DST was very humble to fund summer training program, and for that 3 weeks training program we frequently organized by the department. At present, sir, department has about 450 students, both graduate and postgraduate, and there are about 70 PhD students at the moment, those who are doing full-fledged PhD regular mode. Let me tell you something about the GIAN. GIAN is a very important scheme that has been started by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Modi ji, Shri Modi ji. And that was started during the retreat of IITs with then at the time MHRD. It was Education Ministry, was MHRD Ministry. The ministry was headed by Srimati Irani ji. In retreat of IITs in June 2014 at Goa, it was decided, I quote, a system of guest lecture by internationally and nationally renowned expert would be evolved along with a comprehensive faculty development program, not only for few IITs and new IITs, IIMs and IITs, but also to other institutions of the country like universities, I unquote. With that view, sir, this GIAN program is started, and the objective of this GIAN program was, in higher education, to provide new program in higher education aimed at tapping the talent pool of internationally renowned academicians like Dr. Alex, what we have today this morning, sir. Scientists to encourage their engagement with the institution of higher education so as to augment the country's existing academic resources, accelerate the pace of quality reform, and evaluate India's scientific and technology capacity to the global excellence. In order to garner the best international experience into our education system, enable interaction of the students and faculty members with the best academic and international experts, industry also, from all over the world, and also share their experience and expertise to motivate people to work on Indian problems. The main objective of the GIAN program, as that has been designed by the ministry, number one, to provide the opportunity to our faculties to learn and share knowledge, teaching a skill in cutting edge areas, to provide opportunity to our students to seek knowledge and experience from reputed international faculty like you, sir. Opportunity for the students of different institutes, universities to interact and learn subjects in niche areas through collaborative learning process, motivate the best international expert in the world to work on the problem related to India, develop high quality course material in niche areas, both through video and print mode that can be used by the larger body of students and the teachers. Some of the students and teachers, they are joining this course, and there are many more those who cannot come because of one reason or other. So, sir, ministry has made it possible that this program is being live streamed and anyone can see and get benefited from this course. And the last objective of GIAN is to document and develop new pedagogy method in emerging topics of national and international interest. There are 13 broad areas under which any faculty member is free to submit the proposal to the ministry. They evaluate it and then they approve it. So broad 13 areas, I'll take some names: architecture, design, planning, heritage, chemical and biological science, earth and environmental science, in which this course is being held, engineering of all branches, law, management, mathematics, computer science, mechanical science and infrastructure, physical science, social sciences, and many other interdisciplinary categories. The host institution will seek prior approval from the speakers for dissemination of archival and creation of repository of the activities conducted in this 5-day course. Subsequently, these may be used as a part of various activities under various online programs that is being promoted by the UGC and Ministry of Education, that is SWAYAM and MOOCs. For that, we have a very good funding. For 1 week, 5-day program, the ministry is funding $8,000, and for 10 days program, 2 weeks, they fund $12,000. Earlier, the national agency was IIT Kharagpur, one of the very prestigious universities. Now, it is IIT Hyderabad. As per GIAN, latest data 19 July 2025, there were different phases. In phase 1 and 3, 2,163 courses was approved, and 1848 course has been completed by now. 1654 plus number of unique faculty associated with this course, foreign faculty and Indian faculty as well, and more than 72,000 scholars, students and faculty members participating in this program. This is the latest statistics from the GIAN website I am quoting. Let me tell you, sir, about the GIAN in Jamia. In the first and second and third phase, I'm happy to share that Jamia was one of the highest GIAN course that was funded, and 31 courses were conducted by the Jamia Millia Islamia. That was one of the highest, just next to IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi, and many other IITs. In phase 3, 42 GIAN proposals were submitted, but due to lockdown, it was washed out, and then ministry again asked to revise the proposal and submitted a new fresh. Then we submitted again a fresh, and in this phase 4, we submitted 11 courses by Jamia and 3 has been approved. This is about the GIAN scheme that is being done by Jamia and the GIAN motive and objective. Today, the GIAN course, which is being organized by the Department of Geography, on the climate change, vulnerability, migration, displacement, and growing challenges and policy response. That is a very important topic. That is much needed today. In this course, I am happy to say that because of this program, an important topic that we have chosen to deliver 12 lecture by Dr. Alex, it has been funded. This time, the ministry was very strict in terms of merit, in terms of many more things. Otherwise, we could have got some more. So on this, I am happy, sir, to share that we got very good response across the country, and we got overwhelming response, and we got 173, even 175 applications, and out of 175 we selected 65 participants, and I'm happy that most of them are here. Another very important beauty of this course is that the participant is from diverse disciplines from different parts of the country, covering entire India. To name the university, I would like to take the name. The universities like Delhi University, Banaras Hindu University, Jawaharlal Nehru University, University of Mysore, Lovely Professional University Punjab, Sikkim Central University in the Northeast, Aligarh Muslim University, and my own Jamia Millia Islamia, Adams University Calcutta, B.R. Ambedkar University Delhi, Mahatma Gandhi University Kerala, far south, Guru Gobind Singh in Prastha University, Qazi Nazrul Islam University, G.B. Pant University of Agriculture Technology, Pantnagar. People from industries also. I'll take one name, Crop Vertical GIC Limited Delhi, and one of the best institute. I'm happy that the participant and the scholars from one of the best institute have also shown the keen interest, and we have selected them. To name a few: Birla Institute of Technology Pildani, Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women Coimbatore, again South, All India Management Association Delhi, Birla Sahani Institute of Value Science Lucknow, Indian Institute of Technology Patna, Indian Institute of Technology Indore, National Institute of Technology NIT Trichy. So these were the participants. I'm sorry if I missed some names of the universities and participants. So I'm happy, sir, to share that we have a very good participant, very learned scholar, very young, energetic. So on behalf of Jamia Millia Islamia, on behalf of my Vice Chancellor, Registrar Sahab, and Dean Sahab, and entire department, I welcome you all to this important event of GIAN that is very important, that is much needed today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Rahman sir, for that comprehensive overview. Your leadership in bringing together this stellar group of experts is truly commendable. Before we proceed further, let us take a moment for all the participants to introduce themselves. This is an opportunity to appreciate the diversity of expertise and perspectives gathered here today. May I request each participant to stand and briefly introduce themselves with their name, designation, and organization they belong to. Let us begin with you, sir, second row. Please be precise. Thank you. Next, please.
Jamia Millia Islamia.
Thank you. Another participant? From the third row, do we have a participant? Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I am Abdul Samad, and I am working as a senior GS executive with Universal Sound. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Alok Kumar. Currently, I am
enrolled as PhD scholar in CSRD Jawaharlal Nehru University.
I am Chetna. I am post-graduation student at Jamia Millia Islamia University.
Thank you. Fourth row, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Vishal Kumar. I am a PhD scholar from Sikkim University.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Kanis Farma in the Department of Geography, Kaji Nazrul University.
Good morning, everyone. I am Varun Singh, research scholar at Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Thanks. Next, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kumar Gaurav, a PhD candidate at School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Abhinav Yadav, postgraduate student at Banaras University.
Thanks.
I am Nitish Kumar, postgraduate student, Department of Demography, Banaras University.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Kumar Sarava. I have completed my master's from Banaras University.
Thank you. Fifth row. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Najmi and I am a PhD scholar from Department of Geography, Jamia.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Rumli Mahushi. I am a PhD scholar, Jamia Millia Islamia, Department of Geography. And my specialization is glacier archaeology.
Good morning, everyone. I am Zargul, PhD scholar, Jamia Millia Islamia.
Thank you. Next, please. Do we have a participant?
Good morning to all our present over here. My name is Mohammad Rashad and I am the PhD scholar from Jamia Millia.
Do we have a participant in the right wing of this room?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohammad Imtiaz. I am from Department of Political Science, Jamia Millia.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabish Rab. I am currently pursuing Masters in Geography from this department.
Thanks. Next,
So,
please.
good morning, everyone. I am Rajesh Mishra and I am a research scholar at Jamia Millia.
Next, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jamia Millia from Department of English, Aviation Home Science College, Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Reshma Yadav from Department of Geography, Jamia.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I am Janak Khosla and I am a recent graduate from Delhi University.
Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Nazreen. I have done my PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia.
Hello, everyone. I am Siddharth Verma, research scholar at Center of Excellence in Disaster Management in the Preston University.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Islam. My name is Dr. S. Abdul Rahman, postdoctoral fellow at School of University of Delhi.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Doing PhD from PhD.
Okay.
As Raj from Geography Department, Banaras University.
Next, please. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Sana P. First year graduate, post-graduation from Jamia Millia Islamia, Department of Geography. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Karanal. I am postgraduate student in Jamia Millia Islamia.
Good morning, everyone. I am Aman Khan and I recently completed PhD diploma in remote sensing and GIS application from Jamia University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Umair Ahmed Siddiqui and I am from Jamia Millia Department of Geography.
Thank you. Yes. Next.
Good morning, everyone. I am Manish Pambre, PhD scholar at IPS Company.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Guru Dayal Kumar, research scholar, School of Heritage and Social Science, IIT Indore.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Smriti from Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at IIT Patna.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kulsum Salahuddin. I have completed my research from Aligarh Muslim University on the topic of urban climate change and impact assessment in 3 cities of Pune, Sundargarh.
You're welcome. Next, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Sharma Nahi from research scholar from School of Environmental Sciences, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Thank you. Yes. Another participant.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Satyendra Yadav and I am from the GV Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Panvel.
Thank you.
Good morning, each one of you. I am Sangram Sahu. I am a research scholar from Birbal Sahani Institute of Paleosciences, Lucknow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Revati Warrior. I am a recent postgraduate from the University of Mysore. Good morning, all. Myself, Lisa Joseph. I am research scholar at School of Environmental Science, Mahatma Gandhi University.
Good morning, everyone. I am Tulika Borai. I am a PhD scholar at BITS Pilani campus.
Good morning everyone. My name is Aishida Jose and I am from Department of Economics and Finance, Biggs Pilani, Goa campus.
Hi, good morning everyone. I am PhD scholar Somendra Gautam from lovely Professional University, Fagwada.
Good morning everyone. This is Muhammad Suhail from Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia. I am pursuing PhD with Dr. Asif.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Anurag and I am pursuing PhD in Climate Change and Health from Govind Ballappan Social Science Institute.
Good morning everyone. I am Advija. I am from the Humanities and Social Science Department of Biggs Pilani, Hyderabad campus.
Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am a postgraduate student. I am Parthiv Dev, a postgraduate student from Department of Geography, Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar. Thank you very much.
Good morning everyone. My name is Mohammad Rehan. I am research scholar in this department. Jamia Millia Islamia.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Srija Dash. I am a research scholar at the Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia.
Very good morning to all of you. Myself, Dr. Mukit Khan. I am a teaching faculty here in Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia.
Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am Mohammad Vijayul Islam, PhD student from Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia.
Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am Dr. Akriti Grover, trained as a geographer and working in School of Global Affairs, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi.
Thank you very much to the dear participants. We value your presence. A hearty welcome to all of you. We are now privileged to hear from our distinguished speakers. We are honored to have with us Professor Sayyiduddin Sir, Dean Faculty of Sciences, Jamia Millia Islamia. Professor Sayyiduddin Sir is a distinguished physicist currently serving as a professor in the Department of Physics, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Professor Sayyiduddin Sir is a gold medalist in physics, in Masters in Physics from Banaras Hindu University. He earned his PhD in 1991 and has since dedicated over 3 decades to teaching and research in high-energy physics. He has authored over 27 research publications in reputed international journals such as Physical Review, Physics Letters, and many more. With international academic exposure and significant contributions to theoretical physics, Sir remains a respected figure in advancing the understanding of particle interactions and behavior of matter under extreme conditions. His contributions have been cited in major international studies affirming their global impact. Let us hear from him as he shares his thoughts with us. Sir, please. You're welcome.
Thank you. Professor Alex de Sherbinin, international expert from Columbia Climate School, Columbia University, USA. Professor P.K. Joshi, guest of honor from School of Environmental Sciences, JNU. Professor Atiqur Rahman, head and GIAN course coordinator, Department of Geography. Dear colleagues and students, Assalamu alaikum and good morning to all of you. It gives me great pleasure to stand before you in this inaugural function of the 5-day GIAN program to be conducted by the Department of Geography on the title Climate Change Vulnerability, Migration and Displacement, the Growing Challenge and Potential Policy Responses. At the outset, I must say that the Department of Geography undoubtedly is one of the best departments of the university. The faculty members of the department regularly publish very good quality research papers in SCI journals, and the department has an H index of 69. The department runs several courses at UG and PG levels. The department has completed several projects. Besides, there are many ongoing projects which are well funded by the agencies like UGC, ICSSR, MOEF, DST, and Ministry of Minority Affairs, etc. The faculty members of the Geography Department have entered into international collaborations with research groups in countries like UK, USA, Germany, Taiwan, and France. Faculty members of the department are well trained in cutting-edge geospatial technologies, remote sensing, and GIS. Now, coming to the theme of the GIAN course, which is basically the climate change-related vulnerability, migration, displacement, and its growing challenge. It clearly hints at the grim consequences of the climate change and the related human migration,
Currently, these are among the most well-researched topics in many countries by the international agencies. The global climate predictions shows that the temperatures are expected to continue to rise to record levels in the next 5 years, which will increase the climate risk and will have serious impact on societies, economies, and the sustainable development. Earth's climate is now changing faster than at any point in the known history of climate, primarily as a result of human activities. The theme that the climate change, vulnerability, and migration basically explores its impact on migration, particularly on the socio-economically poor, who are disproportionately vulnerable and bear the worst impact from climate change related events. Climate change is a significant driver of migration, leading to both displacement and planned relocation of populations due to increased climate related hazards and resource scarcity. Vulnerability to climate change encompassing exposure, sensitivity, and adapt. It's not on. I can continue. Anyway, well, let me continue. Vulnerability to climate change, encompassing exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity, plays a crucial role in determining who migrates and the pathways of migration. Hence, the climate change affects the migration through a number of socio-economic and political drivers, and its direct effect which is confounded by the overlapping nature of climate change and socio-economic conditions. As per the IPCC report of 2018, which is the Intergovernmental Panel.
Distinguished participants, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I want to give a particular thanks to Dr. Rahman. We've known each other for 15, 20 years now, really going back to the early 2000s. And he's been an inspiration to me in many ways, and his work on remote sensing and the urban environment. We've exchanged many messages. He was on a committee of mine to support something called the Population Environment Research Network. I also want to acknowledge his graduate students. If you don't mind standing, if you were involved in some way in helping to develop this program, just stand up now just so we can acknowledge you with a round of applause. I know there's many of his graduate students who are here and colleagues, so stand up if you were involved. I know that there's... Well, there's got to be at least 5 or 10 people who are involved in the development of this program, and I really I want to thank you all for your efforts. So, I think they all went out to figure out what's going on with the lighting here. You know, in some ways, Professor Udin stole my thunder by listing a lot of the impacts of climate change, but that won't keep me from saying a few things about it. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time, with massive and long-lasting impacts on social, political, ecological, economic, and health systems. These impacts are spatially and temporally heterogeneous, meaning they vary over space and time. As a pace and process of climate change manifests differently in diverse communities and over a variety of temporal scales, climate change takes complex forms along.
Contributed to major projects like ISRO's Geosphere Biosphere program on land use land cover dynamics and the National Natural Resource Census. Dr. Joshi has received several prestigious awards, including the Young Scientist Medal from Indian National Science Academy and the National Academy of Sciences, India. Another notable recognition to his credit is the P.R. Visharoti Memorial Award. Sir has been a visiting faculty at Yale University, University of Helsinki, and University of Prague. He has published extensively and supervised numerous students of master's program and PhD level worldwide. I welcome you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Ghazal. Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. Let me thank Professor Atikur Rahman for inviting me. You know, inviting is a wrong word. Whensoever colleagues from Department of Geography talk to me, you know, they just ask me and I have to come. That is a relationship which I share with Department of Geography. Almost for last 15 years, I am a very regular visitor. And there are 13 or 14 colleagues who are in this department, and I have individual rapport with all. And as a courtesy, there are many other colleagues in Jamia Millia Islamia where I share a wonderful relationship with them all. So I must thank, Professor Atiq for having me here. Probably, the larger thanks goes to Professor Alex, because it is your presence here, which has made this day for all of us. And I must welcome you on my own behalf, on the behalf of entire Jamia. Rather, I will call you a state guest. You are going to see the wonderful hospitality, the kind of host which you have got. There is no parallel host anywhere. You will be enjoying your stay in Jamia, in Department of Geography, and in a wonderful company of Professor Atiq, Professor Haroon, and all the colleagues who are sitting over here. So we had a wonderful words from Professor Sayyeduddin, when he talked about climate change and all. So it was wonderful listening to her. And the participants of this wonderful program. I must congratulate you all for having been selected. When you heard Professor Atiqur Rahman, it was really a tough competition. And getting such a massive number in GIAN program it is itself an achievement for a department and the university. And for each of you, it is a wonderful opportunity to interact with best of the professors in geography fraternity and a wonderful resource person who has visited us. When we talk about climate change, it is a proven fact today. Though we know that many of the head of the states, not many, a few head of the states, and many disciplines, they don't accept it in the very front spread. But still, this is a reality which we all are experiencing in one or the other way. And vulnerability over here, that is what is being defining many of the things. And when we talk about vulnerability, people look at it from two perspectives. One is at a state and another is as an outcome. For many of the parts of the geographies, as a state, because of climate or climate variation, such kind of vulnerabilities are predominant. But as an outcome, we always get to understand, yes, there is something much more dangerous which is across the sectors. And when you look at research, the way people have carried out research in climate change studies and all, so the first thing people probably started is just to looking at the variability, just the pattern of precipitation and temperature, and then saying what is going where. Then subsequently, people tried lifting it to different sectors, whether it is forestry, agriculture, water. People tried looking at those. So you had a primary research, then you had a secondary research. And now probably at the tertiary state, people are actually focusing on individuals, people, whether it is gender, whether it is poor communities, their movements, their migration, their displacement. And that is where such type of lecture series come into picture. The most important thing which across the COPs people have started at least raising the voice is about what is happening to communities from small island countries otherwise also. If you look at displacement number, it goes to somewhere close to 85 million today. Only for 2024, it is somewhere close to 45 million, which is a very alarming number. And when you try distributing it across the globe, internal displacement, incidentally, America stands to be number one in a quantitative terms. Then Asia Pacific, then South Asia, and then comes to Africa. Whereas the intensity when it comes, then probably the numbers are totally different. And it has become such a great worry that planners, policymakers, bureaucrats, individual countries, they have started taking different initiatives. To give you an example, there is a small island called as Tuvalu, which is in the Pacifics. And if you look at Australians, they have given a very specific visa, which is called as climate visa to people of that island. And the population of that island is close to 11,000. And when they, for the first time, when the Australian government opened the visa applications, there were somewhere close to 1,000 applications. And 4,000 individuals are ready to move from this island to Australia. This is something which is practically people are seeing across the globe. Similarly, there is another island there which is called as Kiribati, and what they have done is they have purchased the land in Fiji. And what they are doing, they are training their own people before moving to Fiji, and they call it as migration with dignity. They are upskilling their communities that what has gone wrong here, we shouldn't repeat the similar kind of things in the new land which we are taking over. Then if you look at, Himalayan villages, there is a term which is very commonly used over here is ghost villages. There are ghost villages in the sense people have literally migrated from there. And in literature, there is migration, whereas there is a pull. And the pull is your dreams, your aspirations, your wishes. But there is a push as well, which is working, which is relatively unnoticed as on date in this part of the land, but still that is happening. And that is what displacement is. In Nepal, there is a village called as Samjang. It is all because of drought and flood. And can you see both the orthogonal phenomena? One is drought and another is flood. Both are taking place in that village, and as a result of that, people have moved from there. Philippines, we saw that, in 2013 when there was GIAN typhoon, close to 5 million people left the place. That kind of, number game is around us when we are looking at displacements because of climate change. Even California, the Paradise Fire. Now when you get to see people over there, so earlier, there was a different pattern. People had a good amount of insurance. The moment they will get fire incidences, they will take their car, they will take their dog, they will go to a new city, and after 3 months, they will come and rebuild their houses. But now probably people have realized the intensity and the frequency through which such kind of events are taking place, people are getting displaced. Europe is emerging as a wonderful example now. The heat waves, the kind of stress which they are experiencing this year and 2 years back, that is actually forcing them. It was something a very different type of news for me, wherein, France actually announced that there will be no work outdoors, only because of the heat waves. So you can see that the way, that the curve is taking shape, and probably we'll be getting some kind of displacement numbers from there. In India, there is something called as sinking Sundarbans, wherein there is a Garamara island. 50% of land is submerged today, and almost more than half of the population has actually moved. Bundelkhand is another wonderful example, wherein drought intensity is so high that 60% of seasonal migration takes place only because of climate and only because of the climate-induced disasters. Similar is from Assam, which always gets, Brahmaputra swollen up, but with changes in precipitation and all, you have somewhere number close to 5 million, wherein people have moved till 2024. So these all things, they raise concern. They raise concern among the researchers or the people who are interested in such type of studies. And again, I should thank Department of Geography for hosting this lecture series, wherein, one will be able to ignite the minds, to think loudly, to identify the causes and the solutions which could work. Especially when we talk about climate change at the international level, so negotiations become somewhat very, very important. And COP is one of the place. Now, 10th to 20th, 21st November, we'll be seeing in Brazil people again talking about this. Paris Agreement has failed. It has literally failed because the kind of commitments which were over there, those have not taken place. Probably we need, countries like India, China, and small island countries, which can participate very actively. At least in past 2-3 COPs we have seen, wherein, whether it is CDRI, whether it is Solar Alliance, or missions like that, wherein country has actually played somewhat very significant role. Interestingly, there is no law on displacement. There is a Refugee Convention of 1951, which discounts environmental calamities. That is the most unfortunate state. And most of the time, when people talk about displacement or taking some kind of actions, that is very reactive, and at times that is responsive. But proactiveness is almost missing. So I will urge participants, what I see in your galaxy of participants, they are just not representing across the country from north to south or west to east. They are also representing variety of disciplines. And definitely, people are venturing into policy interpretations or finding gaps onto that, even if they are working in core science areas. So I will urge all of you to look into such type of perspectives. And I'm very sure, the discussions which will take place, those will divert you towards that. And which is at the core of geographers is urban planning. But if you look from the climate perspective, somewhere we have failed for that as well. That the kind of influx which takes place in urban centers due to migration or displacement, we are not accounting that. We are not accounting the water which is coming where it should go. Delhi, Bangalore, these all are wonderful examples wherein such type of failures are time and again those are flagged. One of the reasons could be our data sets are very fragmented. The information content which is over there, that is not helping us to take actually the real-time solutions. But this is not the only story. The other story is, you look at Surat. There was somebody who just mentioned, one has researched, Surat was one of the case studies. The beautiful thing is, that is probably the only city and the first city in the country which has come with climate resilient city action plan. Otherwise, we were always talking about at the state level. Kerala is another wonderful example, the kind of events which generally take place. They also talk about migrant resilience programs. So it means somewhere people are serious about this. What we need is, we need a degree of climate mobility fund, talking about loss and damages. And these are some of the very bright points wherein people globally, they always tend to talk about, but they are not realizing that as an action plan. Otherwise, platforms for disaster displacement or looking at bilateral agreements from the perspective of displacement is something which is very much needed. The good thing is, some of the nations in Africa recently in 2025, they have come with something called as Kampala Declaration, wherein they are very seriously talking about how such kind of things can take place. A small country, Argentina, that has started something called as humanitarian visa. It means the concern is there, actions are needed, and somewhere such kind of things are working. What we need, organizations like United Nations, they should have done by now, but they have given a figure of 2027, wherein they will have a global early warning system. So if such kind of organizations, they actually meet what they say, probably most of the nations will come together, whether it is UNCHR, data modeling, or any kind of perspective looking at disaster-related displacement, which are induced by climate change. Such kind of things could be taken care of. And I'm very proudly, I could say that many of the initiatives which country has taken during COPs, those have actually shifted the altogether arguments and negotiations which actually are taking place. So the next level of hope is from the younger generation, the people who are researching, people who are studying. So invest your time in the most qualitative manner. You learn and earn best of the things from best of the professors who are here. Look at profile of Professor Alex. You will see that the kind of diversity he brings. It's just not Switzerland, it's just not IUCN, it's just not Enschede. It is whole range of experiences which he is bringing. So I must again congratulate all of you and request all of you to utilize these 5 days in the most productive manner. You will definitely be getting one or the other vertical out of that. And interact with the research scholars and faculty members of such a esteemed department which is over here, and do the best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Joshi sir, for sharing your invaluable insights drawn from years of cutting-edge research. You are always an in-house member, and you mean a family to us. Before we proceed towards the culmination of the inaugural session, if there are any more participants who came a little later who would like to volunteer to introduce themselves, do we have any other participant who wishes to introduce themselves? Yes.
University Department of Geography. This is my first year in research, and my topic is this impact of rural-urban linkages on agricultural development, a case study of Aligarh district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your name and your designation and organization, the other participants, please. Name, designation, and your organization. Please be precise.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Myself, Huma Aftab. I am from Aligarh Muslim University, research scholar of Department of Geography. And my research topic is impact of urban morphology on microclimate, a study of Noida.
Thank you.
Good morning to all. My name is Unnati Vashne and I am from Aligarh Muslim University and I am first year research scholar.
Yes, at the back. Yes, madam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Veera Bose and I am currently pursuing PhD from Banaras Hindu University, Department of Geography, Banaras Hindu University.
You're welcome. Do we have any other participant remaining? Okay. As this inaugural ceremony draws to a close, I invite Dr. Asif, Assistant Professor, Department of Geography, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazal. To present the vote of thanks is the most difficult task. Just bear with me only 2 minutes. First and the foremost, I would like to put on record my thanks to Almighty, whose blessings are showering on us and without which we wouldn't be able to organize this program. I would like to put on record my thanks to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mazhar Asif, Jamia Millia Islamia, whose guidance and whose dynamic leadership helping us in organizing the program like this. I'm also thankful to the Registrar, Professor Mehtab Alam Rizvi, whose help is really recognizable for us and who is really source of inspiration for all of us. I put on record my thanks to Professor Alex, who traveled all across Columbia University to Jamia Millia Islamia. And I am really hopeful that the deliberations on climate change, vulnerability, migration and displacement will help all of us to learn a lot of things in this particular 5-day workshop. I'm thankful to Professor P.K. Joshi, who is always a member of the Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia. He is my brother and he is really available at a very brief note. He is available to all of us. Really thank you, sir, for your availability, for your insight full and for your deliberations, what you have delivered in this particular seminar. I'm thankful to Professor Saiduddin, who is the head of the Faculty of Sciences and our mentor, our guide, and who is helping us in organizing such an event. Thank you so much, sir. I'm thankful to Professor Atikur Rahman, the GIAN coordinator of this particular workshop and also the coordinator of the university. He is one of the giant scholar of this particular field. He just received National Geospatial Fellow Award by the IIT Bombay. Recently, 2 days back, he just received it. I am thankful all the teachers of the Department of Geography. Professor Masood Hassan Siddiqui is sitting over here. Professor Mary Tahir, Professor Harun Sajjad, Professor Lubna Siddiqui. My other colleagues who are sitting here, I cannot, Dr. Adnan, other colleagues who are sitting here. And I am also thankful to the other faculty members who are sitting here. Professor Jahid Ashraf, Professor Saika Akram, Professor Yahya Abbasi, Professor Nisar Sahab, Dr. Ibadur Rahman, Dr. Raisuddin, Dr. Ansar, and Dr. Basha Alam, and many more. If I forget to name any other who is sitting in this August gathering. I am thankful to the non-teaching members of the Department of Geography, Jamia Millia Islamia. Without their support, without their help, it wouldn't be possible for us to organize this particular workshop. I'm also thankful to all the research scholars, particularly sitting at the back, who really worked day and night to make this program a success. I'm thankful to all the research scholars, all the scholars who have joined from all across the country to this 5-day workshop, and I hope you all will get benefited out of this particular workshop. I'm thankful to the office of the dean of the students welfare. I'm also thankful to the office of the horticulture, proctor of the university, and proctorial team, CIT, and all other who are basically the part of this conference, or making efforts in organizing this particular workshop in one way or another way. Thank you all for giving me opportunity for this.
Thank you, Dr. Asif, for very eloquently expressing a collective gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Please be seated. Before we conclude, I'd like to leave you with a thought. The discussions we begin today are not just academic exercises, but vital contributions to addressing one of the defining challenges of our country over the century. Over the coming days, we have opportunity to collectively share policy responses that will affect millions of lives. So with this, now all the participants are cordially invited for refreshments at the Nehru Guest House, where the conversations shall continue in an informal manner. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you all for your participation and attention. May this course be productive, enlightening, and the beginning of many fruitful collaborations. Wishing all of you a wonderful day ahead. The participants are further requested to kindly resume back at the FTK CIT hall soon after the tea break. This concludes the inaugural ceremony of the GIAN course on climate change, vulnerability, migration, and displacement. Thank you. Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, everybody. All the guests, please, you're very welcome for tea.
All the participants. After inaugural session, I welcome you all to this first lecture of this GIAN course on climate change by Professor Alex De Sebastian. I request Alex to start the lecture on a climate change, vulnerability, migration and displacement, the growing challenges and potential policy response. In the brochure, there are different lectures that has been given mentioned, and we'll follow the same plan that has been given. If there is any change, we'll let you know. There will be slight change, maybe depending on the issues and time and all. So I welcome and request Alex to start the first lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rahman. Thank you all. And I look forward to getting to know all of you better this week. I have some new research projects in India, and I'm still relatively new to the country. So I've traveled here a few times over the years. My first visit was in 1984, before many of you were born, or 85, I should say. But it's a huge country with much to learn, and I'm looking forward to learning more. So without any further ado, I will go ahead and is this on? All right. I would like this to work, so if someone wants to work on trying to get it to work. It doesn't seem to want to advance the slides. Sure. You've all seen, let's just see if it works. What's that? Okay, I'll just say forward, back and forth. I think the batteries may be dead. So you've all seen the course syllabus, and so I won't go into it in great detail, but I would just say that the first two lectures will be reversed. So I'm basically going to be presenting some of the demographic concepts up front, and then I'll be moving to environmental or climate, social vulnerability and resilience, then talking about climate change science at the end of today. Tomorrow's tutorial one, I'm going to shift a little bit, and there will be a quantitative tutorial that Dr. Rahman is leading for tutorials 2 and 3. Tomorrow's is going to be more about understanding the causal mechanisms and walking through how we understand climate change to impact mobility. Okay, so that's the focus of tomorrow's tutorial, and you'll be breaking out into groups and working on something that I call an active learning exercise. It's basically each of your subgroups will take an archetypical situation related to, thanks, see if it, yep, now it works. An archetypal situation such as communities in dryland areas or communities in highland mountain areas, communities at the coastal zone, and looking at how climate may affect their mobility, their vulnerability, their mobility, and then onward to what are some of the adaptation possibilities. For that, by tonight, I'll be posting some readings. It will just be one reading that you'll be required to do. Each of your groups, there'll be people will sign up for either one or another of 2 readings. So if you choose the Drylands group, you'll have 2 choices. One of them might be based in Africa, the other in India. And what you'll be asked to do is divide up roughly evenly in terms of those who've read the Africa case study versus the India case study. And then what I'm going to ask you to do, it's really a first step in modeling in some ways, is to first understand what might be possible causal connections among the climate variables and the social variables onto the impacts and ultimately to mobility responses. So that's how we're going to do tutorial 2. I teach a whole course on environmental indicators and composite indicators, and I thought about it and I said, 2 hours is not really enough to do that justice, but I can do something to prepare us for the 3rd and 4th days and the 5th days of our course, where we'll be looking much more at mobility responses and urbanization and things of that sort. So hopefully that's clear. Days 4 and 5, as I say, we'll be talking more about mobility, climate mobility, migration and displacement, some about planned relocation and modeling future mobility and migration. And then there'll be an examination Someone was asking me about the examination. Dr. Rahman will have more details for you tomorrow, I believe, or at some point. So what we want to do is expose you to basic demographic concepts, expose you to the science of climate change, talk about, think about what tools are necessary to understand social vulnerability and to construct a simple vulnerability map using open source tools. Challenge you all to think about climate change, vulnerability, and migration in the context of India specifically and the broader South Asian context, and identify hotspots of potential vulnerability and risk, and then finally consider the policy implications of the research and design a communication, policy communication strategy. So towards the end of the course, we'll be moving more from the science to the policy and talking more about some of the policy implications. We were just having over tea, talking with Professor Joshi, and he was saying really the big issue right now is about policy, what to do. We know what the vulnerabilities are. So you see there's a big X here. That's because Professor Rahman has promised me that he can tell you all about that. So you want to probably know a little bit about us or the center that I represent, the director of CEASON. I've been with CEASON for 25 years, so it's very much in my DNA now. We're based at the Columbia Climate School. Prior to that, we came to Columbia as an independent NGO in 1999, just around the time, well, it was actually 1998. I joined a year later in 1999. The independent NGO was based in Michigan. It was a consortium of multiple universities, and it was deemed by Columbia that this would be a valuable asset to have this center, CEASON, CIESIN, join Columbia University. We used to be known as the Center for International Earth Science Information Network. I never liked the name, and when I became director last year, I changed the name to Center for Integrated Earth System Information. First of all, the first name was no one could ever remember it, and secondly, this reflects better what we actually do. We're a very big geospatial data center, so we do a lot around geospatial data analysis. How many of you are more or less coming from the GIS remote sensing geospatial field? So we've got a pretty heavy representation from that field. Hopefully you'll gain some things from this. How many of you are familiar with the NASA CDAC, the Socioeconomic Data and Applications Center? So there's a smaller handful of people who recognize it. Unfortunately, I'll say that under this current Trump administration, Trump 2.0 as we call it in the US, they cut funding, they terminated the contract that we had for CDAC. So our data are still available, but I'll have to tell you more about how to get access to the data because they're actually going to be, from now on, available in two places. One is the NASA Earth Data System, but the DOIs for all the data sets have been busted. We're working on fixing that part, so the original DOIs of the data will be pointing to a new set of landing pages, and we're moving the data to the Harvard Dataverse. But I managed the NASA Data Center since 2003. Before that, I was deputy manager, so I've been involved with this NASA Data Center for quite some time. And you'll learn more about some of the types of data that we work with through the course of my presentations. We also have a major data-related project called Grid3. It's geospatial, well, I'm not going to remember the acronym, but Grid3 basically has to do with foundational data, geospatial data for development. So it's essentially, you can't plan health services, you can't plan where your schools are, you can't do all those things without actually having a good geospatial framework. And in many parts of Africa, unfortunately, those countries do not have a sound geospatial framework for planning purposes. So Grid3 was very important during the COVAX campaign for the distribution of vaccines for COVID, but they've been doing work for many years now, improving those core geospatial layers. This is our staff down in the lower right, lower left. You can tell it's a drone image. One of my colleagues, Kit McManus, has been increasingly interested in use of drones for local data capture. So this is our mission statement. We conduct geospatially enabled research and develop interdisciplinary data and systems to advance the understanding of human-environment interactions and support public policy and private decision-making. We produce, manage, and disseminate data and develop mapping tools and services that combine and visualize data in new ways. So again, this was something that as a part of a strategic planning process that I led last year when I first became director to kind of clarify our scope. You've heard of the CDAC because I just mentioned it, right? But those of you who know us understand that we kind of represented that bridge between NASA's Earth satellite remote sensing instruments, the stuff collected from space, and what's being collected on the ground. Census data, survey data, data from various types of field studies to better understand how the changing planet is affecting human beings and how human beings and our populations and our distribution are affecting the changing planet. As I mentioned, we're moving our data to the Harvard Dataverse Cafe collection. I'm not sure the pointer works on the screen, but basically I'll be providing a URL for the Dataverse Cafe collection later in my presentation. But these are just a sample of some of the data sets that we disseminate, including air pollution data from satellite remote sensing. We have data on social vulnerability for the US. We have a large India collection of data sets and data on the human impact on the environment. And this is just a very small sample of some of the data that we provide. Okay, did I do something to turn off the clicker? I'll just ask you to move to the next slide. Okay, so examples of some projects that we have. Okay, and then if you want to see if that can be fixed, I don't know. So testing, very, very sensitive. So we have data, we have projects in the past with Facebook and Meta working on very high resolution population mapping. One of our core activities in data sets was this gridded population of the world data set. So it was the first effort to basically rasterize global population, starting in 1995. So CESN led that effort. CDAC has developed this data product. Now we're on version 5, and we're hoping to finish version 5 over the next year or so. We've had prior Gates funding for an Africa Soil Information Service. I led an effort to develop indicators from satellite remote sensing data in like 3 areas: air pollution, aquatic and marine, and biomass burning. We've had local projects in the New York City area. I led work that we'll hear more about maybe a bit later on gridding, doing retrospective or hindcasting, essentially change in population due to net migration for the global UK Foresight Report. USAID, I've had several projects with them. Unfortunately, they were also shut down by the current administration. Many of you will be aware of that. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, World Bank. You'll hear more about Groundswell on Friday when we talk about modeling. And then present and recent past projects include work that I've been doing with the Global Center for Climate Mobility. So this is a new initiative that's it's kind of under the UN Ops, but it's also funded by the Rockefeller Brothers Fund and other sources like Bosch Foundation. And we've been doing some modeling work, and also I co-teach with the leaders of the GCCM a course on climate mobility at Columbia. I've had recent work, again cut by the U.S. government, current administration, DoD, Minerva, looking at Central America and West Africa from a comparative perspective. These are 2 major international migration sending regions. What's driving people? And we did look at climate, but we also went far beyond climate, and you'll hear more about that work as we progress. We had some educational projects on open science, the school project, looking at using open source tools for a variety of different areas using Earth satellite remote sensing and our socioeconomic data. The Human Planet Initiative I won't go into. Then I've had a bunch of work with the disasters program and have something forthcoming. NASA disasters working on the JEDI project will work in Dominican Republic on earthquake vulnerability and risk. And finally, and not last, this is not a comprehensive list, but it gives you a flavor for some of the things that we've been involved in. The precursor to our DoD project was focused on West Africa alone. Next slide. So who am I? I'm a geographer with interdisciplinary interests in climate vulnerability and adaptation. So you know that from my bio. Sorry, the clicker's working? Yes. Okay, wonderful. So there's me when I was much younger and innocent. That's around the time that I came to India on my very first visit. I weighed all of 138 pounds. I don't know what that is in kilos, but you get the idea. I lost a lot of weight. Had a lot of health issues, but here I am planting trees with some people in Mauritania, and I worked in irrigated rice. So that was but I discovered quickly that I was not meant to be an agronomist. That was not going to be my calling in life. So I chose to do population geography after that. My interest in population geography was sparked by the fact that I was living in a small village in Mauritania, which is right on the Mali border, close to Senegal as well. So it's on the Senegal River. And I was struck by the fact that the population, that, families had 7 to 8 kids. That was just the norm. Every family had about 7 to 8 kids. Well, I thought if this continues for several generations into the future, that's going to be a real challenge. And so I decided to focus on population when I did my master's degree. I then went on to become a population geographer at the Population Reference Bureau in Washington, D.C., working on a number of USAID projects and projects with the Pew Charitable Trust on population environment, population and security issues. Then I became a population fellow at the social policy group of IUCN. Has anyone heard of the IUCN? So it's kind of like a sister to, actually precursor to WWF, if you've heard of World Wildlife Fund. It was the precursor and actually spawned WWF, and in fact has involved many illustrious Indian. I worked with Ashok Khosla when I was at IUCN and met him a few times. He was the director and founder of Development Alternatives here in India. I traveled here and visited Karnataka state for a project I had on water and population dynamics. So that was a really valuable experience, opening my eyes to many of the international issues and connections. Came to Season and started as a researcher. Here's me in early days working in the field. I had a project down in South America looking at ecosystem, transboundary ecosystems and transboundary conservation issues between Brazil and Uruguay. So that was me then. And eventually I became director. And so my interest in climate vulnerability work has been born out of a growing experience of deploying CDAC spatial data. Originally I'd been a bit more focused on biodiversity issues through my work at IUCN, but I grew to realize that climate factors were going to be increasingly important. And in many ways, I was just talking to one of my mentors and friends in the UK, Simon Stewart. He ran the Species Survival Commission for IUCN and was very senior in IUCN ranks. And I said, Simon, is your impression the same as mine that somehow climate has overshadowed the whole discourse around ecosystems and biodiversity? He said, yeah, that's absolutely true. But I think that's beginning to be redressed a bit. And there's now a growing recognition that climate factors are indeed going to affect us. They're deeply interlinked with how species are going to evolve and how ecosystems are going to respond. But we're going to see, in many ways, the repercussions of climate change we'll see in the ecosystem services that we all depend on before just about anything else. So my interest in climate mobility came out of my past work in population geography, and coupled with my work on climate. I also have the privilege of sitting in one of the seats of climate science in the US, one of the major seats of climate science, which is the Columbia Climate School, and more specifically the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, which is kind of one of the main flagship places. You might have heard of Scripps, you might have heard of Woods Hole. Lamont is right up there in the geoscience community as being a pioneer in all these issues. I did my PhD on climate vulnerability mapping, and at that time I was fortunate to have funding from USAID to produce a number of reports. We'll learn a bit more about climate vulnerability mapping tomorrow when I talk about that. But I had the opportunity to produce a number of reports for USAID. This is my PhD dissertation, Mapping the Unmeasurable. I brought one copy. Dr. Rahman, don't forget, I'll give it to you. And then if someone does particularly well on the exam, they get a copy of my PhD. It's a poor gift, but you can take it for what it's worth. I've done a number of papers related to climate vulnerability mapping over the last few years, and led this. This, I guess, is sort of one of the major last outputs of the work that I've been doing in this area, which is looking at a kind of meta-analysis or what we call a systematic review of climate vulnerability mapping and coming out with recommendations and suggestions on how we progress this field and how we move it forward in the future. And you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow. I'll just say that spatial vulnerability indicators can be thought of as a special case of socio-ecological indicators. So let's move on. Well, I'll just finish my bio by saying I've been involved and been very privileged to be involved with a number of efforts. My first effort in this area around climate mobility was actually going back to 2008 when I was asked to write a chapter with my colleague Susanna Adamo for the UN Population Division on what future human population geography might look like under climate change. So it was a great opportunity to work on a chapter that eventually became published and start thinking about this issue. And one of the things I proposed to them at the time was I said, you know, maybe it's time for you demographers to start thinking about taking the cohort component method that you've been using all these many years, which is still a very valid method for projecting future population, but modifying it in ways that take into account that in the future, people will not be living in the same places that they are today, or they may be moving in different locations as a result of climate change. And at the time, the chief, Thomas Buettner of the Population Division, said to me, you leave that to the experts. We'll take care of that kind of stuff. Well, at that time, that was the response of demographers. I don't think there's actually a demographer currently who would necessarily agree with that stance. Everybody recognizes that there will be shifts in population. We'll be talking about that more as we talk about things like the Groundswell Report series, which was a first attempt to do some of this kind of modeling. I was involved in this early policy-oriented reports where we took case studies that were very detailed case studies in different regions of the world and coupled them with mapping. So this was the mapping of these was done actually, I think, really nicely by colleagues of mine, where we organized data layers to kind of tell a story. The maps as narrative stories, you know, kind of that kind of thing. Now Esri, you know, the company has what they call map stories, which, you know, is something similar to what we were doing at that time. Then I was involved, as I mentioned, with the UK Foresight project. We did this net migration modeling. We were able to, from that, actually tell them how many people had moved into different types of ecosystems globally, coastal ecosystems, riverine or river valleys, mountain ecosystems, things of that sort. Then out of that work, basically, I went to a World Bank workshop, and they were interested. There was something called NOMAD, which was knowledge management for migration and development. So the NOMAD project asked me, or I was at a workshop, and some of the people who were in the climate division, they said, we have a new flagship project. It's going to be a flagship report for the World Bank climate division, but we don't want to just regurgitate the same literature reviews that everyone's been doing about climate mobility. We want to do something new. And it sounds like what you did for the Foresight project by mapping past climate mobility or mobility in relation to ecosystems might be relevant for what we want to do for the groundswell. Could you actually project climate migration in the future? And I said, I think we could, because I was aware of some methods that a colleague was developing, and I talked to him, and he said, yeah, we can do that. So we'll talk more about that work in a bit, probably on Friday. I'm not sure when that lecture, or Thursday morning. And then finally, out of the work of the Groundswell, we've been working with the Global Center for Climate Mobility, first in Africa and now in the Greater Caribbean. Plus, I have around 18 articles and peer-reviewed book chapters on the topic. So that gives you a little bit of my background and ability to teach this course, hopefully. let me just look at the clock and make sure that I have a sense of. All right. So this is the formal beginning, the first lecture in the series on demography and climate change. I'm not a demographer per se, but as I said, I was a population geographer, and I have hung around with card-carrying demographers enough to just be dangerous. That's all. That's what I'll say. I can be a little dangerous, but hopefully I can convey what's important here. So, what is demography? It's it studies population size, obviously, but much more than just size. It studies population composition by age and sex. I think this is all things that you know. It studies population distributions. And it studies causes and consequences of changes in population characteristics. So, we know that people vary so much, and they vary not just in terms of their age and sex, but in terms of their ability, differently abilitied populations. We know that they vary by cultural and ethnic characteristics, educational characteristics. So these are some of the things that demography studies. So nearly every event of people's lives have demographic implications. When you get born, that's natality, right? Fertility, natality. You grow up, you get educated, you eventually meet someone and get married, that's nuptiality. So all these have formal terms in demography, and you can study formal demography. It's a fascinating area of study. So demography is defined as a scientific study of human populations, their size, composition, and distribution, as well as causes and consequences of these characteristics. So it can be thought of as a discipline, an interdiscipline, and a subdiscipline. As a discipline, it's a field with its own body of interrelated concepts, techniques, journals, departments, and professional associations. How many of you consider yourself demographers? I'm just curious if any of you have demographic training. Okay. It's an interdisciplinary field because it draws its subject matter and methods from many disciplines, including sociology, economics, geography, history, and the health sciences. So demographers are frequently found in kind of intersectional discussions around other interdisciplinary discussions with other disciplines. And then as a subdiscipline within some of the same major disciplines. So for instance, often demography is parked in a sociology department. Demography has sometimes been found in public health schools. In most universities, demography courses are taught, as I said, within sociology, but they also can be taught in other areas. So I just talked about some of the choices that people, the demographic implications of things that are common to all of us. I didn't get to death, mortality, right? So, it's the full life cycle of human populations. But what I would say about demography is, unlike sociology, which studies kind of individual choices and behaviors and other things, it's really talking about aggregate behaviors, populations in aggregate. It's sort of a top-down view of things. Although there are, people who focus, demographers who focus more on individual behavior as well. I think it tends to be, its specialty is looking in the aggregate. So we can think about population in terms of the stock of population, the population at a particular place and time, T1, T2, T3. And it can be changed by inflows from migration, but also from mortality and fertility. We'll see the population balancing equation in a second. Then there's population flows, which relate to mortality, fertility, and migration. So you have the box, the stock, and then you have people coming in through fertility and migration. And you have people coming out through death and through migration. And then population dynamics is the study of the changes in population size and structure brought about by mortality, fertility, and migration. So then the composition, ultimately, of all these stocks and all these flows in and out of the stock is essentially a matter of changing composition. So here's a good example in a population pyramid form where you think about the overall population by age and sex, with males on the left, females on the right, and mortality is really basically culling the population. Truthfully, it should be from every age group because people can die at any age, but preferentially, obviously, there's a, if you look at life course analysis, and you look at, what do they call it, actuarial, data, most people die in the later part of their lives. You have migration from one population to another, and then you have fertility, which relates to the population of females in particular between the ages of 15 and 45. Typically, that's roughly the age range that is considered the most reproductive ages. And then fertility brings population in at the base of the pyramid and so on. So I think all of this is fairly common knowledge to many of you. You can also look at the composition of the population by different education levels. So an example is Ethiopia, which has very rapidly growing population. I think it was set to double in 2010 by 2050. So we're talking about very rapid growth, right? You have a large uneducated population. In red here, you have primary school educated, and then just a very small fraction of people in secondary and post-secondary levels of education. In the U.S., you have what we consider to be relatively slow growth, meaning it's kind of starting to the pyramid is starting to transform into more of a cylinder, and we have this educational composition with relatively high, it's one of the countries with the most access to college and university level education, so the dark blue. And what else can we say about this? I think that covers it. Migration is probably the major factor in population growth in the US, and what we're seeing now as a result of migration, especially unauthorized migration, is a political backlash that's occurring that brought Trump to power. In fact, in part, that was a major factor. Finally, you see population decline in countries like Italy, where first of all, you can see the educational composition in the older population going back a generation or so is much lower, so much higher primary level education only, and also you're just seeing the kind of contraction at the base here of the population pyramid as fertility levels are now at something like, I think, 1.7 births per woman. The US, it's around, I think, 1.9 or 2. So replacement level is considered 2.1. So, at 1.7, you're really starting to see a major contraction of the population. So I already mentioned, how population stocks change through fertility, mortality, and migration. This is the components of population change: natural increase, net migration. So in migration minus out migration or emigration. This is the code down here. And population change results from births minus deaths plus in migration versus emigration. Quick peek at my stop. All right. So in terms of the demographic balancing equation, population change is the difference between populations at 2 points in time. So you've got, population in time 1, t plus 1 minus population. So that change in population is a result of these changes in births minus deaths and in and out migration. And basic demographic equation is down here. Population in time 2 is essentially the result of population time 1 with natural increase plus net migration. So this is all pretty basic stuff in demography. So demographic transition theory has really been a backbone for a lot of research in demography. And the idea was that the world in a kind of industrial, pre-modern state had very high fertility and mortality, which fluctuated very highly. And as a result, populations basically didn't grow a lot, right? Then at a certain point, death rates started to decline as a result of the interventions of modern medicine. I was just in England, and of course, John Snow was a fellow who started mapping cholera in London and discovered that certain pumps were transmitting the disease, so they shut down those pumps, and lo and behold, cholera rates suddenly went down in those neighborhoods. And so this idea of disease transmission and public health and medicine started advancing, and the mortality rates simply started to decline. Female education was important too, and the improvement of women's lot and things of that sort led to lower death rates among children. The birth rate, however, has lagged, and one of the things and a consequence of that was that population growth started to rise very rapidly after the Industrial Revolution, which led to Thomas Malthus and the idea that populations grow exponentially and agricultural production only grows sort of in a linear fashion, and that as a result there will be ultimately we'll run out of resources. There won't be enough food, there'll be famine, and it can only be cured through various vices such as famine, disease, death, so that was a rather pessimistic worldview, and we can talk more about Thomas Malthus. I don't know if any of you read the article by Catherine Grace, but what she's proposing in her article, so there was a reading list, and if you didn't get a chance to look at it, no shame, I'm not, but the idea is that some of these readings will help support the stuff from the lectures. That's the idea behind the readings. So Cat Grace's article said, we kind of actually need to move beyond these two fundamental framings, the one being the demographic transition theory, which is important, but it also implies that this is a universal phenomena that will occur across all countries equally in the same kind of lockstep manner, and eventually modernization, Rostow's laws of modernization, where all societies progress in the same way, will result in a stabilization of population. And what we now know and we understand better is that that actually isn't exactly how things transpire in the real world, and countries vary in the timing of their transition. I still think it's a valuable heuristic, and is certainly a very useful tool. If you look at many countries in Africa, I just mentioned Ethiopia. I've worked in countries like Mali and Niger to a lesser extent. Niger has the highest fertility rate still today, and it also happens, I think not coincidentally, to be one of the poorest countries in the world. So these things are not totally unrelated. But we do, I think, need to move beyond the idea of the demographic transition, and Malthusian views have definitely never been fully accepted by the demographic research community, a point that Catherine Grace makes in her article. But that said, they're still it's sort of the ghost of Malthus, people call it, right? He still sort of lingers in these conversations. And when you talk with non-demographers, non-social scientists, these things are actually incredibly attractive because they have an intuitive sort of attraction and intuitive quality to them that makes them like, yeah, of course, population is going to overrun resources, and we're going to have wars and famines, and all these horrible things are going to happen. And I think what we want to do in this course and look at it a little bit more critically and see the fact that humans have the ability to avert a lot of these outcomes, and that it's not necessarily true that population growth and even migration will result in negative outcomes. So the other thing that came with the demographic transition is this idea of a mobility transition, which is the pattern regularities in the growth of personal mobility through space and time through recent history, and these comprise an essential component of the modernization process. So the idea is that, in some pre-industrial state, people mostly stayed local. They would go to the market town at most. They would come back to their village. They traded in a local sphere. only the most wealthy, like the 1% of the population, might actually go to the major city of a country. And so over time, of course, what we've seen now is, I was just on a flight from Britain to India. There are several hundreds of such flights coming from Europe and North America every day. So people have become much more mobile, and it's not limited anymore to just the most wealthy, but there's a much wider acceptance that we live in a mobile society. So that same curve of total population could be said to be the pattern that you would see. So Zelinsky was one of the fathers of mobility transition, 1971, a geographer, and that was his published work. I'm not going to go into this. There's an awful lot of text here, but what we see is that there's, kind of a pre-modern period that I just mentioned, where most movement is local and maybe based on things like religious pilgrimages or commerce. Maybe warfare would result in some people going off to another country and fighting. Then early transitional, where people move from countryside to cities. There's colonization in the global south by countries in the global north. Major outflows of immigrants to available attractive foreign destinations. Then there's, kind of skilled movement of skilled workers, professionals. Finally, phase 3, late transitional, slackening, but still major movement to the cities, lessening flow of migrants to colonization frontiers. And then phase 4 is, kind of an advanced society where residential mobility has leveled off and oscillates at a high level. This would be kind of the US scenario, where it's really not considered to be very unusual, and I think it's true of India too, for people to move from one part of the country to another for job opportunities, education, et cetera. I think, have most of you moved? Just raise your hand if you moved from like your birthplace to somewhere else for either jobs or educational opportunities. Yeah, look at all of you. So you're in this phase 4. Movement from country to side to the city continues, but reduces a little bit, partly because there's fewer people in the countryside. So there's less of a pool of potential migrants from the rural areas, especially in the US. 3% of our population is involved in agriculture. So it's a very limited pool. If there was a frontier like the American West, it's now stagnated or changed dramatically. So now what we consider the American West is a place where you go for amenity migration. If you're wealthy enough and you have the right job opportunities, you go up to the Rocky Mountains, or you go to Southwest US, and you live in a nice, dry, hot climate, or you live in California, and maybe you do your work from there and you report to a company that's in Cincinnati or in New York or somewhere else that's not so desirable. So that kind of thing is occurring increasingly in terms of our highly mobile society. And this is just a continuation of this acceleration of movement. So I think, let's just be real. People are moving for all kinds of reasons. And we cannot say that, climate or environmental factors are preeminent in any way. So age effects, these are different effects in demography, just returning to the broader topic of demography. Age effects are variations linked to biological and social processes of aging, specific to individuals. Typical processes like getting married, typically in your 20s and 30s, you consider that to be the primary ages when those effects occur. Period effects occur as a result of external factors like World War II suddenly decimated World War I, and then World War II decimated the male population of fighting age in places like Germany, and so that's a whole period effect that occurred in Germany. Cohort effects are variations resulting from the unique experiences and exposures of a group of subjects as they move across time. So all of you are part of a cohort, whether you know it or not. You came out of education at the same time. I just learned that Professor Raman came out of from the same advisor and the same as another colleague of his here, his predecessor as chair of the Department of Geography. And so that's a cohort effect. They came through the educational system at the same time, and they're part of the same cohort, and all of you are also parts of cohorts. And basically, it's generally defined by birth year, but it could be defined by the year you graduated from a certain university or something else, and you proceed across time together. I've taken great joy as I get to be in a more elder cohort in getting to know or getting reacquainted with some of my members of my cohort from earlier days, because Facebook has made it possible, right? Everybody can now connect with everybody, and getting together and actually finding out what they did with the last 40 years of their lives. It's kind of interesting, right? So here's some data on trends in age-specific fertility rates for urban areas in Iran. And basically the point of this diagram is that in a country like Iran, the fertility rates were very high in the 1980s, and they've just progressively declined over time. And this was contrary to what a lot of demographers thought in the 1960s. They assumed that Muslim societies, heavily Catholic societies, with prohibitions against birth control or other religious strictures simply wouldn't change. The fertility rates would not change. But we know now, of course, that that's not true. Like Latin American countries have seen dramatic fertility declines, and notwithstanding, the teachings of the Catholic Church. And so basically this modernization process that we've talked about, which is partly related to urbanization, right? As populations become more urban, fertility rates decline. And this is an example of that for a country that, one might have thought back in the 60s and 70s would never really see a fertility transition. There are different changing mores, too, in terms of the willingness to accept things like homosexuality as a practice. So this is it's part of demography. There's changes in social mores, in ways in which over time, different birth cohorts come to accept things like same-sex marriage. In the US, it's been a sea change. In just 20 years, it's been a sea change in terms of how many people accept it. It's now become it's no longer really questioned. Even on the extreme right, well, there are people who still question it, but they're not going to turn back the clock, as it were. So these are types of questions one might ask as a demographer. When, where were you born? How many others were born the same year? What is the probability of getting married or divorced at a given age? Do you have children, or did you ever plan to? What kind of job will you have? When will you retire? In the US, it's typically around 65. I'm learning many of my European colleagues, it's more like 60. They have a shorter life work span. How many times will you move? Will you move around the block, or will you move overseas? How long will you live? What are the chances of your dying within a given year, within 10 years? This is where the actuarial tables come in, and that's what your life insurance and other products, commercial products, are based on, is essentially your chances of dying. When you think about population environment, this is a piece that I wrote a few years ago with some colleagues in the annual reviews of environment and resources. There's one thing I'll just mention. This is how I met Atik. Professor Rahman was through this network that I was coordinating at the time. I'm still involved, but not coordinating anymore. So we have now 2,800 researchers around the world. You're welcome to join it. And what we try to do is advance knowledge of population and environment by doing online seminars and other things. We've been through a little bit of a quiet period, but I expect it'll pick up again. It's sponsored by the major Demographic Union, the International Union for the Scientific Study of Population, and Future Earth, which is an effort to basically study the planet. So we have these cyber seminars, online seminars, what's new, etc. So feel free, if you'd like to join that network. It's free of charge. This is a bit about the waves of concern about population as it relates to the environment. So over time, there's been kind of different waves of interest. In the first wave of interest, in the 40s and 1950s, the real concern was limited natural resources, inadequate food production, and exhaustion of non-renewable resources. This was a period in the 60s as well where in early 60s where Rockefeller Foundation was really very much influenced by Malthusian thinking. And you may recall that Rockefeller was one of the major funders of the Center for Global, Center for CGIR, Integrated Agricultural Research, Centers for Global Integrated Agricultural Research. They funded that. They funded the Population Crisis Committee. They funded a number of other efforts, which were largely about population control, which was the term they used at that time. It's not one we use anymore, but you may recall there was quite a bit of controversy in India, in fact, about pushing contraceptions and what was considered to be population control tactics. Now we talk about sexual and reproductive health, and it's a much more, recognition of individual rights approach. But that was the sort of early phase. Then there was a concern about fertilizer and pesticide use, waste disposal, noise, air pollution, water pollution, radioactive. So this was especially in the US when we founded the Environmental Protection Agency in the 1960s, because we realized somebody needed to actually look after what was going on with the environment because we were dumping so much waste. Even today in the Hudson River Valley, we have PCBs, which are long-lasting chemicals in the sediments of the river, and there's a big debate. Do we dig them up? Do we try to sequester them? Or do we let them stay there? Because once you start digging them up, that could create other problems. So there's a big discussion around that. But at the time, General Electric was just taking huge cartloads of PCBs, I'm talking metric tons of PCBs, and dumping them right into the Hudson River. I don't think they were unaware of the effect this had, but the approach at that time was basically, let's bury this stuff, let's get rid of it, let's just throw it out. And now we've seen we're suffering from some of the consequences. 60s and 70s was also the time that you may recall the Population Bomb by Paul Ehrlich was written. If you read the introduction to that, it basically is about a visit he took to Calcutta. And, again, I would say a lot of these concerns were, they had overtones of kind of racial superiority a bit. And I'll just say that. I think it's fundamental to some of the concerns that people like Ehrlich had at that time. Other people like Garrett Hardin, some of you may have heard of, was also kind of, I would say Hardin was even more extreme in his views about what he considered to be lifeboat Earth, those presumably deserving of living on planet Earth at a high level of prosperity, and those presumably who are not. So we'll talk a bit during this course about environmental and climate justice, because some of these things still have echoes today, right? We hear about them. It's good to understand their intellectual roots. And then a third wave was around the 1980s and 90s, where we've been talking much more about climate change, acid rain, and ozone depletion. You might have heard also about limits to growth. It was a major effort by the Club of Rome to model the future planet using system dynamic modeling. And at that time, the concern was really about population growth. I think it's rather interesting is now that we're really talking about it's really shifted to climate change. That's become the major flag-bearing environmental issue of our time. But we don't know, in 5 to 10 years, it may be something else. It may be the impacts of AI on the environment, right? We're seeing all kinds of implications there. I see some nods. We think about climate as being the defining issue of our time. I think it still is, and it will remain for a while, but there will be other things that I'm sure come up. All right. So the historic interest in environment was in demography was really focused on pop and development. So you had population growth, you had natural resources, had a famous bet between Paul Ehrlich and Julian Simon. Anyone heard of that bet? Julian Simon and Paul Ehrlich, Julian Simon being an optimist. He was a techno-optimist, an economist who was gloom and doom, much like Malthus, and then he had an epiphany one day and said, why not be positive? Power of positive thinking. So he basically came up with the idea of having a bet with Paul Ehrlich. I already mentioned Paul Ehrlich was the author of The Population Bomb, natural scientist, ecologist, and very concerned about this fate of the planet. And he said, I'll bet you that this basket of minerals and other resources, that the price over the next decade goes down instead of going up, because we're going to be more ingenious and we're going to employ our native creativity to shift from one source of, let's say, resource to another source. And in fact, there'll be new finds of those resources and new mineral discoveries, and everything will be hunky-dory. And in fact, Julian Simon won the bet. So it's an interesting example, but this was sort of the kind of thinking at that time that, motivated a lot of people like Paul Ehrlich. And then this is the Julian Simon view, orthodoxy 2. More people means more Einsteins, more Marie Curie's and others who are going to fix the problems of the world. And so therefore, education would be critical, but if you get enough educated people in the room, you'll fix the problems. Orthodoxy number 3 is population growth can have negative effects on some types of environmental outcomes under particular social, economic, political conditions, but the existence and size of these effects depends on the efficacy and efficiency of social institutions that regulate resources. So these are, sort of 3 major views. I think this orthodoxy is the one that characterizes most demographers today. And it's kind of like everything, and it's really a geographic perspective. Things come down to particular places and particular times and particular locations and the particular sets of technologies and economic activities that they're employing. So I won't go into a lot of this because none of you are demographers and you don't need to be convinced as demographers why environment matters. Many of you are more environmental scientists, but just to say that it's now relatively understood that rapid population growth is not a great thing. But there are others that say that the central cause of environmental problems are not demographic and therefore are not appropriate for demographic research. So we should be focusing elsewhere. And so that, I think, is also an equally valid view in the schools of demography. And then, there's a big focus on interdisciplinary studies and working with people across different disciplines. I mentioned the interdisciplinarity aspect, and using longitudinal data for local areas on environmental outcomes. For local areas on environment can be difficult or impossible to obtain. So this is also kind of an issue that Kat Grace has focused on a lot, is the need for more longitudinal data and the need for more sophisticated statistical approaches for teasing out the relationship between demographic variables and the environment. Households are an important functional unit for, the idea of economy. Does anyone know what the term economy comes from? Yeah. It was, the word aikinomos in Greek, which is essentially household. You could translate it as household. So the idea is that, households are units of production and reproduction, and a lot of decision making that goes on, especially in rural areas, goes on in the household level. And so in the livelihoods approach, which I took in looking in this article at the bottom here, which has been one of my most widely cited articles because it's sort of foundational in some ways in studying how households interact really in population environment more broadly. We looked at the natural capitals of the 5 types of capital that are available to households, including natural capital, meaning the physical environment around them, social capital, meaning the resources, the relationships, all of you grew up maybe with neighbors, with family members, et cetera, and that's part of your social capital. Institutions like education, human capital, which is your personal education in part, your ability to work in the formal economy, your health status, physical capital being like what tools you have. If in a rural household, do you have a donkey, a cart, oxen to plow the land, or do you have a mechanical device to do that? And then things like roads and communication networks and infrastructure. And finally, financial capital is how much money do you have? Both what are you earning currently and your wealth, your savings, your assets. So when we talk about climate mobility, these five capitals are really central and really important to understanding how households respond to climate stressors. And we'll be talking more about that in the course of this 5 days. So one of the theories, indeed, in mobility, migration theory, is a new economics of labor migration. And this basically does away with the old idea of homo economicus and what was considered to be a neoclassical view where people choose to go to wherever they go because labor opportunities and wages are higher in that other location, which is foundational to things like push-pull, and we'll learn more about the different theories out there. But instead, it's a household actually that makes a lot of these decisions. And so what we see, I was talking to Professor Joshi over about the Western Himalaya region, and he said, yeah, the larger households and male-headed households tend to disproportionately send more people, young men in particular, out for labor migration. So we'll talk more about this, and then fertility and other variables are all linked to household-level decision-making. We can see very different consumption patterns depending on the kind of household and where in the world your household lives and exists. So I guess this is maybe an Indian household in terms of food stuffs. I did one of my first funded projects was the MacArthur Foundation. It was on consumption dynamics, and so I chose 5 countries that were very different. And we were, going to look. I ended up moving from that organization, so I wasn't able to complete the study. But part of it was inspired by a coffee table book that I found where a photographer went around the world and took pictures of households in every country, not every country in the world, but let's say representative sets of countries by income levels, in every good that they have, every asset, they put out in front of the house. So a house in America, I don't know, this is Germany, I think, but if you had the same house in America, they would have their 4x4 recreational vehicle, their jet ski, their motorboat, their minivan, and everything else set out in front, along with their flat panel TVs and air conditioning units. And so it was quite striking to me the differences across cultures of what's considered to be adequate and a high level of well-being. I think I just hit the screen. And I just ended the presentation. That wasn't on purpose. Bear with us. Can you get me back to that slide? Much further down. Keep going. Here we are. Is that the last one? Okay. I thought I had a few more slides, but if that's it, that's it. I'll double check my slide deck to make sure I'm not mistaken. But that gives you a little bit of overview on demography, environment, history of population environment studies. I saw some nods during the lecture. I really encourage this to be an opportunity for us to interact. What time do we have until we break for 10 minutes? Okay, so I think that's about the right length lecture, right? So I'd love it, if you had particular comments or thoughts on anything, particularly on some of these ideas. I don't know how many of you have been exposed to some of these ideas around neo-Malthusianism or demographic transition or other perspectives on human-environment interactions as it relates to demography. But love to hear more from you all, or if you have particular questions about things that I brought up. So we have a hand over here.
Thank you for this very interesting lecture, sir. I just try to pull out something from my background, since I'm from political science. What I would like to hear more about the international institutions. The first thing, people like Norman Myers or like El Henavi, who has written the IPCC report on and used the word for the first time officially in UN, has been sort of rejected and got a lot of backlash. Climate migration or climate refugee. Second thing, Neo Malthusian, when you were just presenting that slide, what I was thinking, because probably has written that in 93, if I'm not wrong, and you're placing or echoing the Malthusian idea amid 1940s and 50s. But if you try to look at, for example, the writings of Homer Dixon, or like the Robert Kaplan's Coming Anarchy in a way, how would you like to place that after the 90s, or predominantly in the current time? Because we see the increasing discourse on securitization about climate migration, especially in the territories of global north.
That is a great question. And I'm going to take one more question and then we'll.
Hi, this is Nivedita Singh. So my question is that I have a lot of things. So my question is that the third wave that you said, a first wave, second wave, third wave. So I am thinking that if we are going to have fourth wave, because the artificial intelligence consume more energy, and we are in the phase of just energy transition. So do you think that the fourth phase would go also coming? Because third wave is talking about the environmental change. Fourth wave, intersectionality of environment and technology, because it consumes more energy, and we are going towards more energized. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll wait for. I have limited ability to retain, so I'll go ahead and answer. That's a great question. So I'm not sure I'll answer everything, but this. So we'll talk a bit about the framing of climate mobility. And so one reason we've shifted from climate refugees to climate migration to climate mobility is partly because we wanted to get away from this idea that people are fleeing in desperation. Refugees implies something. It also places people in a disadvantaged category of sort of being dependent on the mercies of other countries. So there's an element in which the discourse around climate refugees has been, it's still there. If you ask your grandmother, they'll talk about climate refugees because that's the common discourse that people have in the media, et cetera. But I think we need to have a more critical view. Mobility, I choose as a framework to think about these issues because it includes everything from voluntary to forced migration to planned relocation to daily commutes of people moving between places and the ways those may be interrupted as a result of climate impacts. So it's kind of it's an umbrella term for much more that goes on within the movement space, not just migration, which tends to be voluntary and related to sort of personal preferences. On the topic, you brought up Robert Kaplan and you brought up Tad Homer Dixon, who were both very influential in the 1990s when I was actually starting to look at some of these issues when I was at the Population Reference Bureau. And I would go to meetings and either they would present or because I was in Washington, D.C., or people read their Atlantic articles. I actually wrote a response to that. I had the opportunity to travel to Haiti a couple times. It wasn't an article that got in the Atlantic, didn't get much play whatsoever, but my interest was, and it was before I really even knew the term, but the term that I would call now, as the way I was looking at Haiti, was a political economy perspective. And a political economy perspective basically says there are deeply embedded power imbalances between people within society, and we have to better understand. It also might be borrows from Amartya Sen's, entitlements framework and things of this sort, looking at the entitlements people have. But I wanted to go deeper into the history of Haiti. So Haiti at that time was being positioned as an environmental security nightmare. And it is today really a nightmare for other reasons. I would just call it a political nightmare. It's become a nightmarish society. I don't think there was anything predetermined or predestined about that, though. There was decisions that were made along the way. We can talk more offline because I know you're interested in this topic. But my interest in looking at the issue was basically saying you really have to go back to the French experience, the debt that Haiti incurred as they became independent, the impact that had on the finances of the country, the feudal sort of system that evolved internally, and then the kind of ways that the U.S. interfered in their systems, in their economy and politics over many decades. So I'll stop there. But then there was a question, if you'll remind me, your question was about just two keywords. AI in the future, yeah. Well, I'm not a technologist. I'm not a futurist either. I was just at a conference called Scenarios Forum, and I'll be bringing some of that information to you because it was in Leeds. I've been part of a community that's been studying future socioeconomic scenarios. It's about the SSPs, and we'll talk more about the SSPs tomorrow, or actually, no, this afternoon. But what I would say is that AI was a topic there, and is certainly one of the things that people are looking at very closely in terms of the environmental impact. And I think it's to be determined how all that plays out. But it could have impacts also in terms of human behavior. We've seen the ways that deep fakes and social media already, and the algorithms being used to essentially get people hooked on social media, are actually having impacts already on the way people behave, right? So we need to look at the fact that humans are complex, our behavior systems have evolved over a long time, and with AI now in the mix, both our educational systems, the rewards, job structures, all those things are going to have major, AI is going to have major impacts on those. And it's a concern that I have. I don't know how it's all going to pan out. But I think it's something that we need to look at. And you're right to be concerned about the energy usage. Maybe this is the last question before we break.
Thank you, sir. So my question is mainly about the formulation of climate policy, like climate migration induced, framework. So while there is a formulation of a policy in major conferences like COP29 and 28-27, sir, in these, which factor outweighs? Is it the socio-economic factor, because or it is just the demographic factor? Because there is always, when we talk about climate migration, mostly there is it comes to youth which is migrating. But then it's also about the socio-economic. For example, the difference between first world countries and third world countries. So in case of India, for example, the migration is it's a vast land. So highest population leads to migration from various social strata. So when there's a very heterogeneous population size in countries like third world countries like India, migration is induced mainly. It's which factor outweighs? Like, is it just the socioeconomic factor, or it's just is the demographic, or it's both? Which plays? Thank you.
Both, and those both are going to play a role. So you were talking about the wealth differentials. So you're really bringing up what's a big divide in migration theory. I won't call it a divide per se, because it's not like two camps arguing against each other. But there's structuralist people who basically think that migration is induced by economic structures. Wealth distribution is one of the major ones, but also things like resource access, and then there's the more micro perspective, which has to do with individual decision making, and Homo economic is pursuing economic opportunities. And I don't think there's anyone who's come to there's some synthesis approaches now, which are called aspirations and capabilities, which essentially tries to look at how people formulate their aspirations, which can be influenced by things that we're just talking about, social media and other factors, but also your cohort, your educational status, your kind of view of what's possible within your network. And then capabilities is whether you can actually act on those aspirations. So that's trying to be a little bit of a bridge between the individual focus and the idea that there are actually structural factors that inhibit people moving from place to place in different parts of the world. And we put up and erected enormous barriers now between the global north, many parts of Europe and North America, and the rest of the world. And so I think those gets at some of your questions, but we'll be talking a bit more about migration theory in a few days, so we'll get to that in more depth. Thanks so much for your questions. I think we're at the end of our time, but someone who's actually an authority here needs to tell me. What time? When do we have to end? One more question, and then we'll go. Okay.
Good afternoon, Professor. My question is that you have discussed about the Malthusian theory. Then if we look critically about that theory, then in the today's world, how do we see that the cohortness of the population can be critically seen by the Malthusian theory? And in the society, both people live that the people that are very hard to earn from hand to mouth, and those who are lavishly living their life, and how does it can be seen to the climate change policies? Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So the one of the demographers, I assigned the reading by Lutz and Stresnig, and that article is quite good. I recommend reading it. But one of the things that Lutz has been involved in over the years is looking at Wolfgang Lutz, who's a colleague and friend. He's looked at this question of IPAT. Impact is a function of population, affluence, and technology. So demographers have tried to decompose this and actually get at, use this identity, IPAT, to better understand the interaction. So I think you're getting at this question. There are some people who are having a much higher impact on the environment than others. So it's not just population, it's also our affluence levels. And he also came up with something called IHAT, which is, the impact is a function of households. So not just population, but actually how a society is organized. We know in the US, for instance, that electricity consumption per capita is much higher for people living on their own. And there's an increasing number of people who simply live on their own. They're either widowed, divorced, or never chose to marry. And they live with their dog or cat, and they have their same number of appliances as someone who lives in a household of 5 or 6 or 10 people. So, this kind of thing also plays a role. And so once you start drilling down, obviously, these Malthusian and other ideas at a macro level, like Malthus was basically discredited. Why was he discredited in some ways? Why did it not come to pass? Does anyone quick answer? One factor was the Green Revolution right here in India, right? So the Green Revolution, yeah, you were about to say that. So the Green Revolution was basically, in at least short term, it solved the problem of food production and increased food production dramatically. One of the things we're realizing now, and I'm talking about the different eras of environmental concern, is that high input agriculture ultimately takes a toll on the soils and on the water bodies and on the ecosystems and environment. And so, there's open questions about whether we can sustain that. And I had a close colleague here in India who was arguing we should go back to much more simple organic forms of agriculture where, people grow food on 2 or 3 hectare plots. And I kind of argued with him that will never come to be, and it's not really possible. But people are talking about transformations now. This whole topic of transformation is something that we can talk about towards the end of this week that we have together. How will we transform society from a technological, from an economic, from a production system perspective? And these are things, transportation, flying everywhere like I just did. These are all things that we're going to have to look at very seriously for a sustainability transition. Atik, tell me, are we at time? Okay. Oh, one more question. You're running me ragged here. So is there another question? If there's not, we'll go and we'll have more informal discussions over lunch. Okay. Well, I think we don't see any hands, so we'll stop there.
We'll break for lunch in the guest house. Thank you, Alex, for giving a very detailed account of population transition changes across the world, and by giving different case studies and expertise on that, and how it leads to, I feel that population is the root cause of every problem. If you do not have a better population, characteristic of population is very important. Population growth is not a problem. Big population is not problem, but what kind of population we have, how trained population are, how good we are interacting with the resources, that is the main problem. China has the largest population, but China do not have any problem like other parts of the world. So how do we interact with the resources? How do we act and react? The characteristics of the population is good. Is most important. That is good. If we have trained well, then in the environment and climate will be better off. So that is the main issue. How we are thinking of the problem, how we are interacting with the problem, that is an issue. So Alex, you have nicely elaborated. I'm sure that many more insightful talks will be there as per the plan what we have. So we'll break for the lunch and we'll go to guest house, and after the lunch we'll come back at 2 o'clock for the second lecture and third lecture, and in between you have a tea here only. Thank you so much. We'll have a second half में faculty tutorial होगा, and then the rest on third day 2 lectures, and then evening we'll go to the party, third and fourth day on Nazia's climate vulnerability modeling. यहाँ demonstrate करेंगे, we'll go there. Or I'm happy to see the active participation from the young people, or keep discussing, arguing, and putting your view. That is important. Vikrant, start. So, very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome all the participants of this GIAN course and Alex for the second lecture of this lecture series on climate change and social vulnerability. This is a very important issue because we all see in isolation. In isolation, when I say see population as isolation. We say climate change isolation. Unless we do not connect it with human or social issues or economic issues, what he told in the morning, so that is meaningless. You need to relate it. So in that context, if I see that climate change and social vulnerability, how society is being impacted with climate change, so that is very important issue, and that is a second lecture of the series by Alex. So I hand over mic to Alex, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope everyone had a lovely lunch, and glad to be back. So we'll talk about social vulnerability. We're going to talk a bit about resilience as well, so that's not in the title. We're going to talk a bit about how this relates to mobility and migration, and towards the end I'll talk a bit about environmental justice or climate justice issues in this topic area. I just wanted to say, I didn't say it earlier, there's two things. One is I'd like to take a moment, maybe either between this class and the next one or at the end of the next one, to do a little exercise to get to know you better. So it won't take a lot out of you. It'll be very quick. We'll go out into the big area out there, and you'll be asked to group yourself according to various criteria, and we'll get a sense of the group, okay? So I don't know what makes sense. Dr. Rahman, should we do that after this session, or should we do it at the very end after the last class? After the last class, we'll do that. Secondly, I realize that some of you may already be familiar with these concepts. You may have a deep understanding. So please bear with me. We may be, covering some things that are repetitive to what you've already studied in the past. So let's frame vulnerability, won't we? Shall we? So I think the simplest way of understanding it is going back to Gilbert White and looking at his pioneering work, a geographer who in the 1970s was looking at the topic of, or the question of why the same basic level or magnitude of hazard might create very different outcomes. And he discovered, or rather posited, that it was due to the characteristics of the location where those hazards take place. We don't live in a laboratory, so you can never have exactly the same controlled experiment of a certain magnitude event occurring in a certain location with two different populations. but we do live in the real world, which includes cases such as the Haiti earthquake in 2010, which resulted in something like 200,000 deaths, 3 million people displaced. I had colleagues working in Haiti at the time. They were very fortunate to be able to survive, let alone get out of the country at the time that that occurred. Haiti has never really fully recovered from this earthquake, to be honest. They had cholera epidemics, and then subsequently and recently they lost their president. And then, as I mentioned earlier, it's really become a very bad situation with gangs taking over governance of most of the country. Chile, on the other hand, had the same magnitude of earthquake. It occurred in a more sparsely populated area. We'll talk about exposure in a bit. And they had robust construction standards, but even so, you can see it affected things at a pretty high level, and they only had 500 deaths as a result. So this is an example of vulnerability. It's essentially an emergent phenomena. Vulnerability emerges when a disaster strikes, and you see that there's actually these underlying factors. Vulnerability was expressed in the United States during COVID, where mortality rates, at least initially, were much higher among African American populations than they were among white populations. So we've had people working on this, like Gilbert White, back to the 70s, thinking about risks and hazards, and they were looking at it from a risk and hazard framework. What's happened is in the last 25 years, really the climate community has come along and adopted this concept. You'll see in the IPCC how it's been framed. But we really have to say that we owe a debt in a way to the early legacy of this work, pioneering work in risks and hazards by almost entirely a geographic or geography community. So in everyday parlance, we talk about someone being vulnerable. Someone might reveal something about themselves and say, I have a handicap, or I grew up in poverty, or whatever, and you say, well, I appreciate your vulnerability. It's really nice to hear that. That's the kind of everyday parlance, but in a scientific context, we hope to have a slightly more precise definition of what vulnerability means and where it comes from. So there's a concept, the idea of vulnerability is an absence of entitlements, more out of the Amartya Sen school of thinking. And this led to research on sustainable livelihoods. I mentioned the livelihoods framework earlier, the 5 livelihood capabilities or assets. And we have then, as I mentioned, the natural hazards community thinking about the probability of some outcome and the impact of that outcome and the probability of some bad outcome occurring as a result of it. You had 2 frameworks, risks and hazards, and the other was the pressure and release. Some of that was covered in one of the readings I gave out from my dissertation. It's just gives you more information on those 2 frameworks if you want to go back and read that. And then there's a more political economy framework, political ecology, political economy, which essentially thinks about humans and their power relations, the institutions that exist. And so ultimately, this is kind of where we are now as a scientific community in terms of the ideas. Neil Adger has been one of the foremost thinkers in this space. You're probably familiar with his work. Okay, so there's essentially 2 types of vulnerability, at least conceptualizations. One is what would really be this kind of context or starting point, which is it begins with the demography and the demographic characteristics of populations, the socioeconomic status of populations, and it affects their ability. Those things affect their capacity to anticipate, cope with, resist, and recover from the impact of a natural hazard. So that's sort of the starting point or context, and that really relates to what we'll be largely talking about today, which is social vulnerability. The other is more of outcome or endpoint vulnerability, which is how the reduction or elimination of individual, group, or system's ability to respond to the external stress of a threat on their livelihoods and well-being that is created by the occurrence of a natural event or hazard, and that's more in the biophysical vulnerability. For instance, a colleague of mine at Columbia, Vivian Goritz, has come up with something called the Coastal Vulnerability Index. It has nothing to do with social vulnerability, She's talking entirely about the bathymetric characteristics of this coast, the seafloor rising as it comes up to the coast. She's talking about the geomorphology of the coast. She's talking about the vegetation of the coast and a number of other things that affect the propensity of the coast to be eroded, right? That's a different thing than social vulnerability. So this is from SOARS, and if you read that article, it's rather long. Sorry for that, but it's a really good overview of vulnerability. And so this talks about the conceptual differences between biophysical, social, and integrated. So this is again getting into this kind of notion, like the CVI, the Coastal Vulnerability Index, really talks about biophysical conditions. What are the hazards? What are the impacts? What are the sectors, regions, activities? When I first was introduced to the concept of vulnerability, it was under something called the IAC project, assessment of impacts and adaptation to climate change. I got it. And that was back in around 2000. I was working with someone named Cynthia Rosenzweig, who's a big figure in the field. And they were really talking about systems, sectors, and groups. And they were talking about how climate produces vulnerability in those different groups. So that's the biophysical side. The social side is really about social systems and social conditions. It's a lot of what we were talking about this morning, in which we're going to focus on more during this class. And then integrated is basically looking at how the biophysical system interacts with the social system and produces vulnerability. And that will be more of our focus as well. So let's just take the example of heat waves. We know that older populations are more likely to die from cardiovascular diseases. We know that wealthy people, so there's socioeconomic status, are able to afford air conditioning, which improves their ability to survive extreme heat. And we know that urban areas with little green space are warmer than non-urban areas. So each of these represent different components or aspects of vulnerability. You have the sensitivity of the population, you have the adaptive capacity through air conditioning, and you have exposure. Some of you in this room, I know, are working on urban heat islands and the impact that that's having, and we're seeing that become more and more of an issue. So you really need to talk about the vulnerability of whom or what. So whom or what and to what. So you can't just say people are generically vulnerable per se. You have to say they're vulnerable to extreme heat or some other characteristic, drought or flooding. And you could say, this is an example, the iconic example of the polar bear, but basically the polar bear is vulnerable to changing sea surface temperatures and ice sheet melt. So vulnerability is context specific. We need to talk about the system, sector, group, region in relation to a hazard, impact, or outcome at a specific place or time. So hopefully by the end of this course, you won't talk hopefully about generic vulnerability, but talk about the different types of vulnerabilities to different hazards. So this goes back a little bit to what we were talking about earlier. So in the SOARS et al. Article, starting point or contextual vulnerability is really talking about here the construction of risk that precedes any hazard. So social systems don't come out of nowhere. They've existed for centuries. You could talk about the caste system here in India. You could talk about racial segregation in the United States and the legacy of systemic racism. So these are things that obviously predate any natural hazard, and then the hazard comes along and reveals that particular vulnerability. While vulnerability assessments are usually place-specific for a given situation or hazard, social vulnerability is not specific to any environmental hazard in particular, but instead influences the impact of all of them. And again, that contradicts a little bit what I was saying earlier, in that you need to talk about a vulnerability to a specific hazard, but there is a general sense in which people are predisposed to be at risk of any hazard as a result of these pre-existing conditions. And some of these, it's not just the trick here is that you can't just substitute poverty for vulnerability, because there are things like your social networks. Many of us in this room have benefited from parents who had connections to somebody who helped you get into a school or helped you get a job or whatever. I know I have personally, and I have to acknowledge that that's an entitlement that I've had through my family upbringing. So there's things like that it's not just about money, it's about more than that. So the social construction of risk, I talked about that a little bit already. Pre-existing structural inequalities that increase the exposure, really increase the sensitivity of vulnerable groups to climate hazards. Multiplicative effects, and that's where, this slide is something that I grabbed from a colleague's PowerPoint, and I would have used the word sensitivity here. And again, that's why, or susceptibility, that's why these terms have come to have very specific meanings in certain contexts. And tomorrow I'll give you an example, or 2 days from now when I talk about urban climate, where we had to do some work on, and someone said, we're going to talk about environmental vulnerabilities. And I said, no, these are environmental exposures. They're not environmental vulnerabilities, and blah, blah, blah. Well, the funder got their way in the end, and we called them environmental vulnerabilities. But that's sort of an example where this language often gets appropriated by different groups and then used in different ways. And it actually just perpetuates a certain conceptual lack of clarity. You have multiplicative effects where climate change can worsen situations of poverty. So it's not just that you have pre-existing bad conditions, but then along comes a hurricane or cyclone or something floods out, you've lost your household assets, and now you're poorer than you were before, and maybe you have to move, and therefore your social networks and social capital declines as well. Interrelated but non-independent process. For instance, families living in poverty systematically occupy the land that is least desirable. So this is essentially the idea that people, because of their social exclusion, may be living in informal settlements or slums or outskirts of cities in areas that are predisposed to being affected by different climate-related hazards. I'll give an example of that a little bit later. So the IPCC vulnerability framework is probably the most well-known, and this defines vulnerability as the propensity or predisposition to be adversely affected. Vulnerability encompasses a variety of concepts and elements, including sensitivity or susceptibility, remember I used that term earlier, to harm, and lack of capacity to cope and adapt. And then we have these kind of subcomponents, adaptive capacity being larger systems and institutions that allow the organism or the social system to rebound or kind of get back to normal status. You could think of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the US as an example, whatever the equivalent is in India, but also larger social organizational systems where helping one another is a natural response, for instance, to disaster, and structures to facilitate that helping. Coping capacity, I tend to think of this mostly in my context, in my understanding, as kind of the immediate ability to cope or rebound from something. But here it's defined as the ability of people, institutions, organizations, and systems, and available skills, values, and beliefs, resources, opportunities to address and manage adverse conditions. And then sensitivity is that, again, it's sort of the dose response. If you think about a medical term, how much of a certain impact can you absorb or without being adversely affected by this impact, by this hazard. So this is the sort of standard conceptualization. You have the exposure. Again, this framework has been changed, and I'll talk about the changed risk framework in a moment. But if we just go back to the IPCC vulnerability framework, exposure, be it flood, drought, heat stress, long-term declines of precip, et cetera, sea level rise. Then you have the sensitivity of the population being affected. This is the composition of the population. And then adaptive capacity might lessen the outcome of vulnerability. The outcome measure might be measured in terms of deaths, might be measured in terms of economic losses, might be in terms of health impacts like cholera outbreaks Any number of things can be used as sort of an outcome measure here. And if you were to take the biophysical or kind of outcome vulnerability perspective, you would think about things more in terms of sensitivity being crop varieties, soil quality, maximum temps for flowering and for reproduction of certain plants. In the adaptive capacity space, we talk about irrigation, agroforestry, crop index insurance, shifting crops. So these would be examples for the kind of agricultural realm, in food security. So simply put, vulnerability is a potential for loss. It's an emergent phenomena. It remains latent. It is not present or really visible in some ways until it is stressed, at which point it emerges from the confluence of these factors. So in other words, we're going to get into measurement as we go on, but measuring vulnerability can be tricky. Now what's happened with the IPCC AR5 onwards, a fifth assessment report, is a move to this idea of risk. So whereas vulnerability and the emphasis on vulnerability tends to emphasize the underlying societal vulnerabilities and factors that people make people and systems more susceptible to harm, risk focuses on hazard and exposure and vulnerability. It is somewhat more similar to the outcome vulnerability I was talking about earlier. There's a big focus on the long tail of extremes. So, these high temp, long heat waves, extreme rainfall, floods, droughts, etc. And there's a lot of interest in the damages arising from system failures. Generally, I see the new IPCC framework, which you've often seen in reports. I'm sure all of you are familiar. Raise your hand if you're familiar with this. You don't feel embarrassed. You're somewhat familiar. You've seen it before. Well, we'll go through this in a moment. But I see this framework as very similar to the original IPCC framework. But I do think it sort of backs away a little bit from the idea that vulnerability really is a central concept, that social vulnerability and the construction of risk in social vulnerability is actually fundamental. And it maybe predisposes us to think much more about the weather and the climate and these drivers as being most important, and de-emphasizes a bit the social aspects. So I just say that as an editorial comment. The people who made this decision are above my pay grade. I think Jorn Berkman might have been one of them, and I work with him some, or I've interacted, but he's a very good scholar. He's a careful scholar, but I guess in this particular area, I think that the framing could have remained the way it was. But like I said, there was an interest to turn away from vulnerability per se as a framework and think about much more the separating out the climatological aspects of the system. And you could define risk as essentially exposure to hazard times vulnerability in either minus adaptation or divided by adaptation. Frankly, mathematically, it'll vary depending on what numbers you're using and what the sources of data are. But you can adaptation is often thought of as kind of lessening the propensity, the risk factor. So these two are thought of as multiplicative and increasing the risk. And had one other thought on that. It'll come back to me in a moment. So risk encompasses probability of an event and its magnitude, the characteristics of the hazard, intensity, magnitude, timing, and speed. And the new and changing hazards are really the focus: sea level rise, pandemics, droughts, flood frequency, etc. So the risk management framework of the IPCC increasingly is really around, and this is from the special report on extremes back in around 2013 or so, 2012, 2013, I think it was. And then the AR5 report, 2014-2015, where they adopted this and they really focused increasingly on how to manage societal risks. And the issues that they're worried about are economic loss and disruption, health and mortality impacts, political instability, conflicts, biodiversity loss. And this was a framing that came out of Kirsten Dow's work and other geographers. Geographers have been central in this area, folks. Working Group 2 of IPCC is full of geographers. You can think about the intensity of the impact. So let's just say a major tropical storm or cyclone. goes from being a tropical storm or cell all the way up to being a category 5 over here. And then you think about the frequency with which those things return. So, for example, in Central America in 2022, I believe it was, they were hit by hurricanes Eta, ETA, and Iota, IOTA, back-to-back hurricanes that came through and devastated people because they were both like category 4 and above hurricanes. And it was within about a month. So you imagine being knocked down, having your house flattened, flooding of all your crops, your trees are down every which way, and then another hurricane comes along right after that. So that would be an example of intolerable risks. You're getting up here in the red zone where both the frequency and the magnitude of risks is increasing to the point where society is not really able to adapt very well. And I think in my future lecture, I have an example in the climate mobility space of how this can be used. So again, definitions are important, terminology is important. So we'll start from hazard, the potential occurrence of a natural human-induced physical event or trend of physical impact that may cause life injury, loss of life, injury, or other health impacts, blah, blah, blah. So that's the hazard element. Then there's the exposure element. Hazard can occur, but it can occur like in Chile with the earthquake where very few people are and the mortality results will be much lower. Or it can occur in the presence of a lot of people, in which case exposure is basically saying there are a lot of people in that area that's highly exposed. But it's not just about people, it's about transport systems, it's about major cities and services and agricultural systems and other things that are exposed to climate factors. And then finally, vulnerability, again, we've covered that fairly adequately, so I won't go into it, but that really goes back to the socioeconomic vulnerability aspect. So here is a diagram from Christopher Field's work. I think this is one of the IPCC reports. And it talks about multidimensional vulnerability driven by intersecting dimensions of inequality. Frankly, I don't find it very helpful, but it was it sort of shows how people are beginning to understand these things, looking at populations from the more privileged and economically well-off to the more marginalized, and the ways that climate factors come in and impact upon those. And again, this is going right back to my first lecture. This is just basically demographic composition here. And here's a long quote from Blakey. The activities of daily life comprise a set of points in space and time where physical hazards, social relations, and individual choice converge. Patterns of vulnerability emerge at this convergence, at which several socioeconomic and personal characteristics of people have a bearing on the vulnerability, disaster, et cetera, et cetera. So this just reinforces the idea that it's multidimensional and affects and has many different components. And when we get into measuring this, you'll see some of the elements. Differential vulnerability is expression of inequalities. Some people prefer now to use the term inequities. We can go into the distinctions between inequality and inequity later. But so equity is essential to identifying vulnerability. Differences in vulnerability and exposure arise from non-climatic factors. So all of this is just reinforcing the idea that these are important elements. And emerging from this discourse around vulnerability has come the justice as elements, social justice, climate justice. I'm going to talk more about this towards the end of this lecture, so I won't go into that right now. All right, how does this relate to mobility? And let me do a quick time check. So this is an example of a diagram, and it's sort of, unfortunately, we geographers love to create these system diagrams, but Jesse Rabeau is actually not really, he's a colleague of mine at American University. I greatly respect his thinking. He's actually comes out of natural resources much more, but he works with geographers and I think thinks in many ways like a geographer. He basically sort of questions in many ways how climate factors are often viewed as the first starting point of a causal chain. But he says, really, we need to talk much more about contextual vulnerabilities. In his case, he's thinking about a part of Senegal and West Africa that is a peanut basin area near Tambacounda. It's an area I know something about because I was in Peace Corps in that general vicinity. And he talks and researched a lot about the ways in which local farmers are politically excluded, the expropriation of resources and exploitation of different things, natural resources, etc., results in lack of assets, lack of social protections, and poverty. And it can result in either hunger or migration in this context. And he goes through really in great detail the local political economy, for lack of a better term, focusing on the way that farmers who are growing peanuts in this peanut basin are exploited by a state-run purchasing agent. It's a monopsony, meaning a single buyer rather than a single seller. And the monopsony buys the peanuts at a certain fixed price and keeps the farmers in a form of debt peonage. The point of his main message is that climate events and trends are just the last point in a kind of tipping point for some people to decide to migrate, right? So he describes it as the poor farmer sitting on the edge of a cliff, barely holding on, and then the climate event comes on and flicks him off the edge of the cliff and hopefully not into the abyss, but maybe launches him into migration or some other strategy to survive. So he just wants to make sure that we keep the focus on society first. This is a diagram that normally is animated. I couldn't find the animated version of it, but a colleague and I came up with Susanna Adamo, a demographer, where, in the climate migration perspective, you think about the environmental hazard coming in and the societal vulnerability, about which we've talked quite a bit. And then risk is produced. But before someone decides to migrate, there's a bunch of intervening variables that are important. I'll get out of the way. Some people want to take photos. By the way, all these slides are available to you after the lecture. So we'll put these in PDF form, and you'll be able to, we'll put them on that Google Drive that Professor Rahman set up. So you'll have all of these for your own reference. But so the societal different responses, this is more like adaptive capacity in this box. Availability of other types of responses, like maybe migration is not the only response. You could resort to climate index insurance or some form of insurance to get through this rough patch that you're experiencing, or past experience with migration. So not everybody, not every society conceives of migration equally. In the peanut basin of West Africa, of Senegal, basically what's happened is now migration has become almost a rite of passage for young people. So they consider themselves, for young farmers, I'm talking about primarily, that if they haven't migrated or tried to migrate, they lose face in a sense. They don't have the same standing as their colleagues or friends who have migrated. So it becomes something that a lot of people have experience with and becomes a normal risk reduction strategy. And then there's just the perceptions and experience. One of the things I've been growing increasingly interested in is personal mental models and perceptions about the way the world works, and perceptions of whether migration is a valuable experience or not, and the sort of mental health aspects of climate. And ultimately, this results in these demographic responses of climate mobility. Once people move, it's not like the system remains static. Then they may become the next individuals to sort of describe the success that they had or whatever through social media, and it becomes broadcast, and now it's become a norm. And so the system doesn't remain static. Or some of those young people who could have helped society to advance and help their village to, maybe they'd be the next innovator in their village to make the things better. They've actually left and they've gone to the city, so they're no longer there to kind of change the social context for better. How many of you have seen this diagram before? Is this familiar to any of you? I see one hand, 2, 3. All right. This new material. Okay, great. That's legit. So this is the Foresight framework. It's I mentioned earlier that I was involved in the Foresight report. Was really the benchmark early assessment that the UK government funded. But it was a global assessment, really covering the whole world. People like Neil Adger were involved. Richard Black, who is a famous geographer, another geographer. Sorry, I keep talking about geographers, but that's my discipline too. So they came up with this framework of thinking about the influence of environmental change on migration. And they said on some occasions, environmental factors are the main reason people move, but it's usually a small fraction of the cases. People get displaced from a flood, they move. Sometimes if they get displaced, like in Hurricane Katrina, people were displaced in places like Atlanta, Houston. They left and then they just decided not to return because they didn't see any value in returning once they'd established themselves in a new location. So that might be a case where an environmental stressor really almost directly led to someone moving. But much more often the case is that it goes through social factors such as kin obligations and relationships, economic things like your livelihoods, and if your crops are wiped out, you may be poorer than you would be otherwise, etc. So things like that, demographic factors we talked about earlier, and then political factors that also influence the likelihood of migrating. And so the environmental factors work through these intermediate variables, and they result in a decision to migrate. But wait, that's not the whole story. There's also personal and household characteristics. There's all the things that go on. You're married, things are complicated, you got kids, whatever. Migrating may not be such an option. Or, hey, your family will disown you if you move to that other part of the country where some other ethnic group dominates and it's suddenly considered to be unacceptable to them. So these things are important. And then you've got all these economic and other legal barriers to migration, intervening obstacles, it's called in a push-pull framework. And so people either migrate or stay based on that decision. So it's basically, in a recent review of the literature, they said that a focus on intersecting social vulnerabilities, it's important to better understand how these drivers interact in the context of social vulnerability. And here, this was kind of another aspect of the Foresight work where they talked about people in low resource contexts versus high resource contexts in their vulnerability to climate change from low to high. So the vulnerability is high in the low resource context and low in the high resource context, but the ability to move is much higher in the high resource context. So here you have high aspirations to move, but low capability. Here you have low aspirations potentially because you're moored. Mooring means you have more roots in a community. Your family might own a business, you might have a shop, or you might have a farm, and it's more likely that you're going to stay there. If you're landless and you have very few resources, then your desire to move is maybe high, but you can't act on that as well. So we'll talk about aspirations and capabilities later. But one of the big contributions of the Foresight Project was to talk about trap populations. This is the notion that people cannot move though they want to move. It's also called involuntary immobility, which is the long form, somewhat cumbersome way of saying it, but it's become a more accepted way of saying it, which means people they don't want to stay, but I actually think in reality it's much more complicated. There's another group called acquiescent immobility. You acquiesce. What does acquiesce means? Well, I can't change the world. I'm going to stay where I am. It could, some faith perspectives say that's whatever, God wills it, I'm going to just stay because I can't change the way things are, right? So that's what we might call acquiescent immobility. It's not that you don't want to move, but it's like the possibility of moving seems maybe a little bit out of reach. It doesn't seem like acting on it will benefit you in any material way. You could actually be worse off moving than staying, and so you might as well stay where you are. So, goodness gracious, more geographers meddling around with diagrams. So this is coming out of the last AR5 IPCC assessment. AR5, again, standing for Fifth Assessment Report. And Robert McClellan, who's one of the big names in the field, I was just with him last month at a meeting on health-related climate impacts. And the idea is that risk is generated, and we saw that risk diagram earlier, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability together. And you either try to adapt in place, that's in situ adaptation, by changing your cropping patterns, by maybe borrowing from your neighbor, staying in place, and weathering the storm, as it were, or you choose to move. And you either move and it increases your risk, or it decreases your risk up here. So if you move and you go to an urban setting and you're in a slum, say in Dhaka, and you're in a really bad situation, we can watch some videos about that. There's some really interesting videos of interviews with Dhaka residents that are quite interesting. If we get a chance, we'll watch them. But it talks about how they left a village on the Chars, for instance, or maybe in the coastal area of the Sundarbans, and went to Dhaka and found themselves in even greater risk in some ways from flooding and other bad outcomes. So this is one way of framing mobility in a risk framework. All right, vulnerability impacts of migration. So one thing that happens is when people move, you will see people moving, as I just mentioned, into and out of risk areas, and the risks may change from one place to another. So in Brazil, for instance, one classic example, my wife is Brazilian, so I go to Rio de Janeiro fairly frequently with her to visit her family. And you'll see that people left in the 1960s and 70s, the Northeast, which was drought prone, and they moved to Rio. Where did they move? Does anyone know what kind of settings they moved to? Has anyone seen pictures of the favelas? Yeah. So the favelas are often on very steep hillsides. So the people from this rural area in northeastern Brazil moved from relatively flat area to hillsides with high rainfall. And so in some cases what happens is, they're not as familiar with the likelihood of landslides occurring, and so they get in situations where migration has increased their risk because of the fact that they're settled on high hillsides that they weren't familiar with. All right, let's turn to some sample research findings, because this may be more interesting. This is where it gets more concrete, and the research findings either undergird and support what we've just talked about, or maybe they contradict what we just talked about. So this is an example of a research study in Sahel looking at women. So when men migrated out of this village, one of the problems was an increased burden of domestic tasks like cooking, due to the scarcity of water and wood near the village, as women are traditionally in charge of cooking and fetching water. So men migrate to some degree, but also just the environmental changes themselves resulted in the women having to do more work. I remember very well, that was one of my interests when I was in the Sahel working in this Peace Corps situation in the village, was watching the women go and gather water. And they often would have to go some distance to get the water. Women also mentioned the outmigration of men as a significant disturbance in family life. They linked this absence of men to marriage instability, increase of polygamy, growing family poverty, disobedient children, because the man wasn't there to to smack them on the behind when they needed to be, and the general social destabilization of the area. Another example, a colleague, Kira Vink, has done some very nice work measuring climate as adaptation. We'll talk about climate adaptation in a few days. But the idea there is that we should be able to tell whether actually climate results in a betterment of the household. Does it actually improve their economic resilience and their ability to withstand future hazards? And in the Sahel context she studied in Burkina Faso, many men went to Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, to work in the cacao cacao plantations. They were exploited there. They were lonely. They might be involved with prostitutes. They would then go and bring HIV/AIDS back to the community. So these are examples of compounding vulnerabilities of migration. This is a volume that I contributed to a few years ago. Raya Mutarak. Some of the slides you saw earlier are from Raya Mutarak. She's now a professor at University of Bologna, also affiliated with IASA in Vienna. And Raya and I have taught together and interacted a lot. So she guest edited this whole textbook or book on, journal issue on vulnerability in relation to climate-related disasters. And so I contributed one study to that. And that study sought to look at the use of the SOVI, the Social Vulnerability Index. How many of you have heard of the SOVI, Social Vulnerability Index? Raise your hand. Sorry, I'm going to do this continually. You better get used to it. But I see all the social scientists are over here maybe. So SOVI is it's using census and other mostly census data to measure the degree of vulnerability to different hazards. Used to be Susan Cutter, a geographer again, used U.S. Census data to measure different factors such as age, race, poverty levels, housing characteristics, use it in a principal components framework, and identify different factors contributing to being at risk from different climate and other related hazards. She's had quite a bit of success, by the way, in getting this now embedded in U.S. government hazard response stuff. So FEMA has adopted SOVI officially as a tool. Maybe not under the Trump administration. You know, everything's changing. They're not so interested in any of this stuff, unfortunately. So what I did with a student who visited with me a few years ago, I looked at two cases of major disasters. One was Hurricane Sandy in 2012 in in New York City. This shows the flooded areas of Sandy. It was really quite extreme. Much of southern Manhattan was flooded. All this area around JFK Airport was flooded. In Jamaica Bay, Staten Island had a number of cases of mortality on the beachfront. And also the Mumbai floods. Who here was around during the Mumbai? Did anyone live through the Mumbai floods? Nearby? Okay, so you did? Yeah. You were there. And I'd love to, during Q&A, I'd love to have you describe your experience of those floods. I had a lot of trouble finding data for India, but I did contact the authors of a study. And this study looked at flooded areas of Mumbai during that flash flood. It was 900 millimeters of rainfall in a 24-hour period. So this is pretty much unprecedented. It's like a meter of rainfall in a very short time. So to do this, what I wanted to do was test the proposition that people who are more socially vulnerable live preferentially in these areas that are flooded. All right, so that was I set out, and I was looking at a concept. I created the concept differential exposure. We know differential vulnerability means that some groups, ethnic groups, some population groups are more vulnerable than others to climate hazards. The idea behind differential exposure is that it's testing the proposition that poor people are more likely to be living in areas. Again, it was just two cities. You need to look at many more than these two cities, but it was kind of an interesting exercise. So to construct the SOVI, what I did is I took all these census variables from the U.S. Census, down to the block group level, which is a very small level in New York City. It represents maybe at most a square kilometer or less of land. So it's a very small area. And so I had all this data, and I basically hypothesized the effects that each one of these variables would have on increasing social vulnerability. SOVI scores run from, it's actually on a Z-score kind of framework. So Z-scores, 0 is the mean, and then you have one standard deviation above, 2 standard deviation above. That would be very high standard social vulnerability. And then you have 1 and 2 standard deviations below. That would be very low social vulnerability. And so you can see poverty is positively correlated, but things like the population earning greater than 200,000% of the population earning more than $200,000 a year would be negatively associated. And you can go through this long list. And what I did is I ran them through a principal components analysis and came up with these components of vulnerability: poverty, dense urbanization, Black and single parent households, age, young populations, old populations, and then Hispanic population is another factor. And so these were elements that that were combined in one overall index. And again, you can see the standard deviations above, up to 5 standard deviations above the 0 level would be very high vulnerability in red, and then much lower vulnerability in green. And so my interest was basically, are the areas in that sandy flood zone more or less socially vulnerable than those areas outside the flood zone? And it turns out not so much. In New York, what I found was the highest social vulnerability was in areas that were only flooded between 0.01 and 13% of the block group was flooded. So not terribly significant. We did find that a slightly higher percentage of the population that was in these vulnerable age categories, 21% was they had a higher proportion in the flooded, the 100% or 50 to 100% flooded zones. But otherwise, it wasn't quite as slam dunk as I thought it might be. And one of the reasons we might expect that to be the case is that actually people like to live along the ocean, and wealthier people preferentially live in places where they can have a water view in the US. So it's not like they're being forced to live there because they can't afford to live anywhere else. They're actually paying a premium to live in that waterfront view. And so that's one reason why it didn't really work out in the case of the US and SOVI flood, the flooding from Sandy. What we could say about the flooding in Mumbai was it wasn't so much about waterfront views, it was about low-lying areas and places that were particularly flood-prone. I don't think that map is maybe as accurate as I'd like it to be. It was constructed theoretically with a very good high-accuracy DEM, digital elevation model. But what I will say is that in the case of Mumbai, we had, first of all, much coarser resolution census data. So this is the units that we had to work with. And the data, I had to beg, borrow, and steal for these data because I couldn't just get them online at the time. And then these are some of the variables that we used. And you can see it's a shorter list of variables than we had available in the US, not directly comparable. So things like percents of households with motorcycles, cars, TVs. Percent slum is an important one, certainly. Scheduled tribes or castes, also important. And finally, we came up with this principal components analysis, which talked about basically kind of access to assets. And this one really had a very large percentage of variation explained, so it was really important in the SOVI calculation, followed by unemployment levels and female employment, percent of workers among females. And so that's kind of the pattern that you see there. Notice that the numbers also are not as, the standard deviations are not as extreme as in the New York case. And so what I found was there's some limited support for the hypothesis in Mumbai, at least using the available data that I had, which were not very high resolution, for saying that, and I just categorized areas of Mumbai into no flood, low flood, medium flood, and high flood based on the proportion of those polygons that were intersecting with the flood zones. And basically what you see is for an average SOVI, meaning that the difference between a weighted SOVI and an average SOVI is the weighted SOVI takes into account the percent variance explained. So it basically gives much more weight to this first factor on information and household assets. So literacy, availability of banking services and TV. So that's the weighted SOVI. The average SOVI just takes all components equally and averages them together. And basically what you see is for the average SOVI, you do actually see in flood zones higher levels of social vulnerability. This is just for individual factors like slum population. And so the highest slum population percentage is in the high flood areas. I visited Mumbai a few years ago and after doing this work, and I saw along one of the major rivers by the airport there were a lot of slum populations living there. And that's the kind of area that we're talking about that was very heavily impacted by the floods at that time. How are we doing for time? Am I running out of time? This clock never moves fast enough. I keep thinking I'm about to run out of time. My throat's about to give out and everything, and you guys are looking like, oh, is this guy going to stop talking? All right, so some of the determinants of differential vulnerability include, I like the fact that, this includes psychosocial factors. So there are really, a lot of this is in our heads, guys. Some of it really does come from what your expectations of life are and whether or not you feel you can affect your environment, change your environment. So mortality associated with heat and cold waves. So this is work that was done by some colleagues at IASA. And basically, I think, understandably, with temperatures rising, and this is in Fahrenheit, I'm afraid, so it's very high temperatures, you get higher mortality in the 75 plus, and then you have next highest in the 65 plus, and then it's 65 to 74. I'm not quite sure why it drops between. This is why it kind of goes up in the under 65. But it's an interesting diagram showing ways in which you can look at differences in mortality as an outcome of heat waves and cold waves. This is an example from the tsunami in terms of mortality. What do you notice from the age and sex pyramids here in the case of Sri Lanka? Does anyone want to raise their hand what they see in this? Mortality rates from the tsunami? Female is higher, yes, so there's more female mortality. Does anyone know anything about Sri Lanka, why that might have been the case? Were women more likely to be down cleaning their nets or out by the waterfront? What? Oh, there's more females. Yeah, but this partly has to do with exposure, right? So when did the tsunami strike? Does anyone remember? Yeah, but what was the time of day? Was it early morning? So there's differences of opinion. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not sure. We can look it up, right? But wouldn't that might that not explain some of the differences? If women are preferentially out and about doing certain things at the very early hours on the waterfront or near, versus men still sleeping in, I don't know. I'm just guessing, but there's some things there that you might want to look at as to why there were more women. It may be that you're right, the migration out of the coastal area to the city or something just disproportionately resulted in more women being exposed. But these are things that you would want to look at. Differences then occur like In Japan, it actually looks pretty equal, right? Men and women, and in fact, more men look like they were affected by the tsunami and died from the tsunami. So this is just showing that there are fundamental geospatial and demographic factors affecting mortality in this. This shows the male mortality profile for floods and storms. Let me just remind myself. So what you see, and this is interesting, is in many countries, you see much more higher mortality among young males and for some reason, females in their middle ages are much more intelligent and they stay away from flood zones. I mean, literally, in what happens in the U.S., I saw the same thing happen in a study we did looking at outcomes of vulnerability and whether the social vulnerability index actually can be correlated with outcomes. And death statistics show that young, well, or middle-aged, maybe even men like my age, they see a pool of water ahead of them and they say, I'll be fine, I'll just drive through it. Right? Whereas women say, maybe I shouldn't go through. They wait, and, the flood recedes. So the men literally get carried away in their vehicles and die. So men, let that be a lesson to all of you. But I'm not sure that explains everything. So you also see that there's very high mortality among young girls compared to younger boys. And so, again, this raises a whole host of questions as to why that might be the case. Are boys preferentially saved by their parents, and the girls if these are all things that you might want to look into when you look at these data. Monthly mean number of poor mental health days by exposure to Hurricane Katrina and or Rita. Apparently after the exposure of these major hurricanes, single mothers had many reported more bad mental health days, whereas unexposed single mothers had more or less the same. So that would be your control group, and generally exposed people on average didn't have that many bad mental health days. All right. Estimated duration displaced from New Orleans for pre-Katrina residents aged 18 years plus, over 18 years, so adults by race. And the number of displacement days is significantly higher for black versus white populations after the number of months. And I was mentioning earlier, many blacks moved on to Atlanta, they moved to Houston, because they might have had family members there already or whatever, but they just realized that returning to New Orleans was maybe not that great a thing for them. There's evidence that shows education plays a vital role. Someone was talking to me about this earlier, but education really is a critical factor. Wolfgang Lutz, again, the demographer, was one of the first to really posit this, and he wrote a seminal piece in Science magazine about the importance of education for adaptive capacity, particularly female education. So it has direct and indirect effects. Again, this is Raya Mutarik working with Wolfgang Lutz. Education has direct effects through cognitive skills, problem solving, better knowledge, risk perception, but it also has these indirect effects that more educated people tend to have higher incomes, greater access to information, social capital, etc., and that results in reductions in vulnerability. So they looked at a few cases, Indonesia quake, and they interviewed 565. So this was a major tsunami, remember, that occurred at Sri Lanka, but also affected Indonesia. And so they did face-to-face interviews with 563 individuals, whether they had any preparation measures for earthquakes and tsunamis. I guess this is some of the areas they sampled in both the Philippines. The Philippines would not have been affected by but there was something else that occurred in the Philippines. Anyway, this is basically the preparedness as measured by this independent index or score that they had for preparedness against education. And you can see the more years of education, the higher preparedness. And it compared with the level of preparedness among those people who had prior experience with that particular hazard. So you can see that education is a good substitute for actually having experienced the hazard itself. And the same goes for Thailand in the tsunami. Again, the more educated you are, the more likely you are to be prepared for the kind of disaster. So you see the ocean go out quickly, you better run for the hills, right? That's the sign of the tsunami. A lot of people weren't aware of that, and unfortunately they died. All right, let's talk a little bit about resilience. See how I'm doing. 12 more minutes. So framing resilience. So this is another squishy term. It's a term that gets used a lot. We think about people as being resilient. Oh, they were resilient to that hardship, or they really bounced back quickly from that, from that job loss or whatever. But it can also have a scientific connotation. So we're going to talk a little bit about the relations of this term and the origins of this term. So I'll start with the kind of common use of the word, and the way the word really started to be used in the scientific literature was in psychology. So if a child experienced a trauma early in their life, they would measure the resilience of that child to bouncing back, essentially resilio, meaning bounce back, or jump back from the Latin. So that was the kind of original connotation. Ecologists started taking it up in the 1970s with Holling in particular, talking about the degree to which a system could be pushed from a stable state into a new state. So the original engineering concept, the engineering concept is basically you want the ball to remain in this cup. If it goes over, that means your system has failed and your bridge has failed. So if your bridge is subjected to an earthquake and it starts to vibrate and whatever in the same frequency as the earthquake, you'll lose that bridge pretty quickly, and you don't want that. So you want to build it in a way that is resistant to any kind of failure. But in ecology, there's a recognition that these systems can actually flip to different states. So, for instance, if you push a system enough let's just take the example. People are now very concerned that the Amazon could go from being the world's greatest rainforest to a perpetually dry savanna-like state, which would be catastrophic for our climate, because all that carbon that's been sequestered over millions of years would now be going, burning largely and going into the atmosphere or drying up. And so the idea is that if you push a system so far, it's no longer resilient to that impact, and it'll go into a new kind of system state. Social systems have been posited to operate in a similar way, where there might be tipping points. Think about a small village. Initially, there's a vibrant market there. There's a lot of farmers. There's a lot of people who are, there's a post office, there's a school, etc. Then increasingly more and more young people leave the village. It becomes just the elderly and the children, the grandparents taking care of children, and basically the post office shuts down, the school shuts down, and now that village that was a vibrant place, you could say it has there's a social tipping point that's occurred, and through migration, it's no longer as vital. I actually went to villages like this in China where it was partly planned by the government, but they essentially induced people to leave the village by closing down the post office and the school, and ultimately the village, no longer survived. In disaster research, the concept of resilience has similar connotations, but it's the ability or capacity to resist and recover from disaster losses, capacity to prepare for, respond to, and recover from difficult conditions. So this is how this terminology has been appropriated by the disaster research community. We talk about disaster resilience. And this is a quote from Neil Adger again: the ability of human communities to withstand external shocks or perturbations to their infrastructure, such as environmental variability or social, economic, and political upheaval, and to recover from perturbations. This brings in an important element. It's not just climate, but there can be economic shocks. There can be pandemics. We've seen all of these things happen in recent years. Okay, is it possible to project or go into the future with climate vulnerability and look at vulnerability in the future? One important framework for doing this, and I mentioned to some of you that I've just been at maybe I mentioned it to this morning. I was at this this conference called Scenarios Forum. It's basically the community of researchers. This was just last week in Leeds in the UK. And it's a community of researchers who have adopted this framework for understanding the future. One reason why this community arose was that there was a need in the climate modeling community for a more organized approach to understanding what the future might be vis-a-vis mitigation in particular. So you can't really model, and we'll talk about that this afternoon later, you can't really model future climates without understanding whether there will be high or low emissions and what might be the societal and economic processes that lead to those emissions trajectories. So in some ways, it was the social science community responding to the climate science community saying, you guys better get your act together and start understanding what the likely future worlds are. What is our world going to look like? So the best case scenario for our future world, although they're very careful in this community not to attach any values or normative perspectives, but I think we can agree some of these futures are less desirable than others. So we start with SSP1. SSP1 represents, again, let me just do a show of hands. Anyone heard of SSPs before? So I would say 10%, maybe 15% of you. So SSP1 is a future where sustainable development proceeds at a rapid pace, inequalities are reduced, technology change is rapid and directed towards environmentally friendly processes like wind and solar, and including lower carbon energy sources and higher productivity of land. Let me just say another thing that's important. These, you'll see in a moment, are being framed in terms of not only the potential for future mitigation of climate, meaning emissions. So are we going to have a high or low emissions future, but also in terms of adaptation. How successfully will these societies be able to confront the challenges of climate change in the next century and beyond? So that's the rosy scenario. That's the world that we probably all want, right? Then we have intermediate case of SSP1 and 3. And so I'm going to talk about 3 because SSP2 is really between these two. And in this case, we have unmitigated emissions as a result of moderate economic growth, rapid population growth, slow technology change in the energy sector, making mitigation difficult. Investments in human capital are low. Inequality, or the main message is, you might have heard the term, the Goldilocks zone. So the Earth is in this perfect distance in orbiting the sun at a perfect distance to maintain temperatures that are habitable. And habitability is a growing research topic and agenda. It started really thinking about these planets, right? Which planets might have actually supported life at some point. Some people think that Mars at one point supported life. So if you look at these 3 planets, basically the Earth without any atmosphere, just based on the distance from the sun, would be average annual temperature around the freezing point, okay? That would be its average annual temperature. whereas the average annual temperature of Venus is around 50 degrees Celsius, so extremely hot. And for Mars, it's like negative 50, so extremely cold. So that's just based on our distance from the sun. But there's this thing called the atmosphere that has a number of effects. One is trapping heat, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The other is its reflection as well. So the more cloud cover, the higher reflectivity you have. And so when you add in the Earth's albedo, that is the degree of cloud cover, you find that the Earth would actually be, with all that shortwave radiation from the sun being reflected back out to space, we'd actually be down here at negative 18 degrees Celsius. Very cold, not very nice, right? Average annual, that's not good. So what about if you add in the greenhouse gas effect? So if you add that in, you actually get into this even better Goldilocks zone of about average annual temperatures of 15 degrees Celsius, right? So the greenhouse effect is tremendously important to our planet. And how does it work? Well, I've given away a little bit by talking about shortwave radiation coming into the planet from the sun. And it comes down. Some of it gets immediately reflected back through the atmosphere and out to space. Okay, that's from from various types of cloud cover. Some of it comes down and hits the surface, right? And when it hits the surface, some of it is absorbed in the surface, and some gets also reflected back through like things like ice cover, right? So high albedo surfaces are those reflective surfaces where the radiation gets reflected. But as the thermal surface and of the Earth, as the surface warms up, some of that is also lost, reflected back into the atmosphere through long wave radiation. And that long wave radiation can kind of bounce around. It goes up towards the clouds, comes back, etc. But that's what retains our thermal properties in the Earth. Without the atmosphere and without clouds, etc., we would be dead. Basically, we would not be able to survive on this planet. So that's all good, right? Greenhouse gases are actually good thing, right? They keep us alive, but now we've got too many of them. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. This is just for those who are more scientifically inclined to think about the electromagnetic spectrum. Professor Raman could go on a lecture about just the electromagnetic spectrum, but this is a little bit visualizing, how the shortwave radiation comes in, and then the outgoing thermal long wave radiation goes out, and then how the different gases either absorb or let that go, escape out to space. So this all goes back to work by Fourier, Tyndall. You might have heard of the Tyndall Center, and Arrhenius, who all basically started hypothesizing about the effect that the atmosphere has on the climate and the ways in which this idea that we actually live, we call them greenhouse gases because if you've ever been in a greenhouse, right, the shortwave radiation comes in through the windows, and then you're stuck in there, and it becomes hotter and hotter as time progresses. So a lot of this science has been around for a long time, but a hypothesis is that and this was going back to their time, really. They were thinking about this already. If you start burning fossil fuels, it will increase the level of CO2 in the atmosphere, which will cause the temperature of the Earth to rise. Is CO2 in the atmosphere increasing? This is the question. I think everyone in the room knows the answer. So this guy Keeling, Charles Keeling, decided that he would create an observatory on Mauna Loa in Hawaii, and he would start measuring the levels of CO2. So we have him to thank for our understanding of the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere. So he started in the late 50s, mid 50s, and he started measuring CO2 when it was down around 316 parts per meter, parts per ppm, parts per meter? Million. Thank you. Someone correct me, please. It's a long day. So I'm just keeping you on your toes. Okay. Right. So anyway, this is what it showed in 2015. And now, so what you can see is before present was Keeling's estimates, really the rise since, 1955 roughly till 2015 or so. You see it's just like one straight up line, right? Compared to the variability going back 600,000 years or more. These are largely accounted for by things like the ice ages and, I don't know, changes in the tilt of the Earth's atmosphere axis, and so that accounts for some of the changes in at one point the Earth was covered and carpeted in a lot more forests, so there would be less CO2 in the atmosphere. Today we're all the way up at 427 parts per million. So this ended right here at 400. We've already gone higher. And so you know all about the IPCC. These are the AR5 reports. No, AR4, AR5. Anyway, these were based, AR5. We're in the middle of AR7 now. AR6 was released in 2020, 22. So, yeah, they're a little dated, I admit. But the point here is that there are three working groups. One which is just a physical science basis of climate change. One which looks, and this is where most of the geographers have been active, working on concepts such as vulnerability, is the group on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability. And that's where I know most of the people that work in this area. And then working group 3 is much more on mitigation and adaptation of climate change. It's basically looking at what we need to do from a policy perspective to constrain climate change. The IPCC is very clear that the levels of concentration of 3 major greenhouse gases, the biggest of which is carbon dioxide, highest in percentage terms in the atmosphere, but methane is also really important. It's a much smaller percentage term, but its heating capacity in the atmosphere is much higher. And nitrous oxide have increased to levels unprecedented in at least the last 800,000 years. They've increased by 40% since pre-industrial levels, CO2. And then land use. So this idea, is this driven by emissions? Yes, it is. It's settled science. We don't need to go back to that. And this is the current levels. And these are the projected levels out to around 2100. What you can see is that this was back, presented as of about maybe 8 to 10 years ago at most. And they were saying at that time that the lower scenario would be somewhere around 450 parts per million. At current trajectories, it doesn't look like we're going to reach that. We're going to blow well past that, and we may well end up in this higher scenario of close to 1,000 parts per million in CO2. Okay, question number 2. Anyone want to answer this? Yes. The answer is yes. This is how we know it, is based on a network of climatological or weather meteorological stations and a network of buoys in different parts of the Pacific and Atlantic major oceans. And frankly, there's also satellite measurements increasingly and things like that. What you will notice is that these measurements are not equally dispersed across the surface of the Earth. So from a data science perspective, you need to realize that some regions of the world where I study, for instance, West Africa and Central America, just have much weaker networks of meteorological monitoring stations. So what we know about the past, Professor Rahman correctly said, we need to know past patterns of change and variability in order to understand what might happen in the future. Unfortunately, our understanding of the past is also constrained because of our lack of data collection in some parts of the world. So this is the temperature record based on land and ocean data from NASA GIS. You can go to the same website unless it's been dismantled by the current administration, but presumably you can go here and get like today's average annual increase in mean. If someone has an internet and wants to go do that, maybe you can shout out what you get. data.gis.nasa.gov/GIS temp. And maybe the URL is also no longer valid. I don't know. But, you know, you're seeing a major increase since the 1880s, since the pre-industrial period or the dawn of the Industrial Revolution and today in average temperatures. And if you look over into the more recent period and look at it as a monthly basis from the pre-industrial period, we're seeing not just a 0.8 degree increase, but on a monthly basis in 2023, we saw winter temperatures at 1.8 degrees above the pre-industrial norm globally. So things are really changing. And this sort of shows back in time to the 1940s and 60s, the monthly, that's why it looks like a spaghetti, kind of plate of spaghetti, because it's showing all the years together. But the more recent years are in orange, and all the orange years are at the upper side of this chart. So what are some of the impacts of a warming world? Most of you are already aware of this. I've been talking to some of you about work that you're doing on glaciers. There's increased temperatures over land, snow cover is decreasing, air temperature is increasing, water vapor is increasing, sea ice is declining, marine air temperatures are increasing, sea surface temperature are increasing, sea level is increasing, ocean heat contact. So all of these are consistent. Every single one of these is consistent with what we would hypothesize would happen in the case of a warming world. This is other observations, just confirming what I just said about temperatures over the oceans, sea surface temperatures, sea levels rising, snow cover declining, glacial mass balance, going down substantially. Each of these is consistent with what we would think of in a changing climate. This is sea surface temperatures, and it's the same kind of plot showing daily, though, not monthly. And you essentially see that in February of 2024, it reached a new high. Sorry, these are temperatures in Fahrenheit. So that's what we still use in the US. But it's increasing. And then observed climate change impacts. This was a data set that we disseminate through something that we run at our center called the IPCC Data Distribution Center. And it's a database that shows you where in the world there have been studies of observed climate change impacts largely on ecosystems, hydrology. So you can see terrestrial biological systems, marine biological, hydrology, cryosphere. And one of the things you'll notice if you saw a global map, excuse me, one of the things you would notice if you saw a global map is that, again, most of these studies are concentrated in the global north. And particularly in Europe and North America. So, this is 2013, but it hasn't changed much since in a decade when they released the AR6 report. The AR6 report said the same thing. Basically, warming of the climate system is unequivocal. We've observed unprecedented changes over decades to millennia. In the atmosphere and ocean have warmed, the amounts of snow and ice have diminished, etc. Here's an example from Arctic sea ice, shows the extent of our Arctic sea ice, and this was as of last September. You can see this is the average summer minimum. So this is the usual minimum amount of sea ice from the period of 1980s to 2010. And as of that September 2024, this is important for a number of reasons, but mainly from a climate perspective, it's important for albedo. The Earth's albedo is shifting, it's growing smaller, the reflectivity of the planet, we'll see in a second, the glacial sheets are also melting. This ice, from a sea level rise perspective, doesn't matter, because when you have ice sitting, an ice cube in water doesn't, when it melts, it doesn't raise the water in your glass, it stays the same level. In the same way, ice that's floating on the sea doesn't raise the level of the seas. But this stuff, oh boy, that's right there. You're looking at about, I think, I've heard something like 6 to 7 meters sea level rise. Right there, just there. We're not even talking about Antarctica. So that's a lot, right, for our coastal zones. So this is what's happening with Greenland, speaking of which. It's melting in the average melt day area anomaly. Going back to the past, you're seeing much more melting extent, larger areas, and you're seeing areas melted every year increasing. But glaciers are also retreating. We've seen this in the Himalaya, the Andes, the Rockies, and we have these wonderful photos going back till the 19th century, even in some cases, of Swiss glaciers retreating, and what used to be covering a whole valley now is leaving a glacial lake at its mouth. So what's causing the warming? Are we getting closer to the sun? No. Are solar flares? No. No, these are all trick questions. CO2, methane, NO2, etc. So this is the temperature in CO2. So what you see, is scientists have been able to track the level of CO2 in the atmosphere going back, and of temperatures, based on a number of proxies that they have. So we don't have weather stations going back 700,000 years, but through paleoclimatology, dendrochronology, a whole range of different proxies, sediments in the ocean floor, they have a pretty good idea of what temperatures were in the past, types of plants, the plant distribution, pollen, things of that sort. So they can tell what the temperatures were. So reconstructing, you can see that basically temperature has been more or less in lockstep with CO2 for a long time, going back 800,000 years. Okay, so this all comes back to this, something that I didn't mention earlier, but the amount of watts per meter square entering the atmosphere, you might notice, balances roughly the amount of watts per meter square leaving the atmosphere. So that's what's kept us in that nice zone. But now what we're doing is we're kind of increasing, reducing the amount of outgoing long wave essentially through the increase in CO2. There's more that you could say about the nature of the different molecules, the way these CO2, methane, et cetera, are chemically constructed and the way they vibrate when they warm up. And that accounts for some of the fact that they actually warm the atmosphere more than other molecules of gas. So nitrogen doesn't really change. The nitrogen, which is a major component of the atmosphere, is relatively inert, and it doesn't react to temperature in the same way that CO2, H2O, water, and other molecules interact when they're heated, when they're warmed up. So we can talk about what happened in the past, in part by building climate models. So if you build a climate model and you go back to 1900 and you run that model against observations in the dark black lines, you see basically in a world in which there's really no CO2 emissions and the atmosphere remains the same, that essentially the models would show that we actually are going to get, we warmed a bit in the middle of the century, last century, but we're actually we would be expected to be even slightly cooler by the end of the century. But when you add CO2 and other greenhouse gases into the equation, well, the models do a pretty good job of showing you what the actual temperatures have been increased. So the models are able to capture that pretty well. So this is the statement on global warming attribution from, again, the AR5. Is it extremely likely, 95% confidence, more than half of the observed increase in global average surface temperature from 1951 to 2010 was caused by anthropogenic increases in greenhouse gas concentration and other anthropogenic forcings together. Other anthropogenic forcings are largely land cover changes, which I won't talk about so much in this presentation. But they're also an important factor. Not as important, but they're important. What does the future hold? So using the same climate models, and I'll talk a little bit more about climate modeling in a bit, but you know, we basically talk about different representative concentration pathways. And these are changes in watts per meter squared at the ground. So 8.5 is 8.5, a change of 8.5 watts per meter square on the surface of the Earth for every square meter of the planet. So, you know, you look at a white light bulb and it may be a 10-watt bulb, and then if you bought a 20-watt bulb and you said that's a 10-watt difference, say no big deal, right? That's just a 10-watt difference. It's not going to change in the amount of energy it emits. Maybe the amount of warmth that it produces will not be that dramatic. But in the case of climate, when you warm that much of the planet's surface over the entire surface, it creates huge and dramatic and rippling effects that are going to be the focus of a bit more of our conversation over this week. So the 8.5, some people originally, and I'll be one of those people who in the early days, like a decade ago, we thought of 8.5 as kind of business as usual. You know what the business as usual, that means like if we just keep on our current course. More climate scientists are basically saying that's kind of a possible but low probability outcome. So it's not really the same as what used to be, in the early days they had something called the stress scenarios, the special report on scenarios, on emission scenarios. And the special report on the stress basically had I think it was A1B, or it was one of these scenarios that was considered a high-end scenario. And that was often considered to be like the business. If we don't do anything, no policy, no climate policy, and we keep on emitting, that's what the Earth will look like. That's the heating that we'll get as a result. Now they consider this 8.5 is kind of like low probability according to many. But others like the RCP 6.0 here are definitely like more or less where we're headed right now, and unless we do dramatic efforts to change our policies. So radiative, just an important term here, radiative forcing is the measurement of the capacity of a gas or other forcing agents to affect the energy balance, thereby contributing to climate change. So I just wanted to point that out. So one of the implications of this warming is a shift in extremes. So under the old climate, we had a certain pattern of cold weather and warm weather, which would be this pink area. In a new climate, we're seeing an increase in the area that is now in extreme hot temperatures, but fewer areas, or maybe none, that are under extreme cold scenarios, right? But it doesn't mean that the extreme colds don't exist and they don't occur occasionally. And sometimes people make erroneous claims about the fact that it was really cold last winter and therefore climate change must not be happening. We know that climate is on average over longer periods of time, whereas weather occurs, you know, in shorter cycles, right? So the other thing that, in the way that this may not be entirely correct as a diagram, is that this is actually flattening. Okay, so what does that mean? if you have to contain the same amount of distribution of whatever it is, precipitation or hot or cold temperature, basically means your extremes are getting more extreme in either direction in some ways. So we're seeing a shift. So this is, I was talking earlier about the risk framing under the IPCC. So this is a perfect example. Anyone in the insurance industry will understand what this means. You roll the die. How many times do you expect it to come up? 6. Normally it should be 1 in 6. But if you weight the die, you're going to get, and you weight it so that 6 comes up all the time, or not all the time, but let's say instead of 1 in 6 times, it comes in 1 in 4 times or 1 in 3 times, then you're suddenly, your risk is going through the roof. And so this is a shifting distribution just, I believe, this is in the world, I guess, for the whole world, not just for the US, but basically it's looking at the shifting distribution of summer temperature anomalies, and it's showing that by even the 2010 period, 2011, that we're seeing many more high temperature anomalies. So that's that shift that I was just talking about. This is just, again, a little bit dated, but looking at the proportion of summers by 2080 to 2100 that will be hotter than the hottest summer on record from the past. So pretty much most of Asia, South Asia, and much of Africa will in the future have summer temperatures that are 100% of the time hotter than anything that we've experienced to date. And then this is the number of heat deaths in Manhattan. It's one reason I'm going to be talking to my wife when I get back, because I was reminded when I looked at this, we live in Manhattan. So I'm like, honey, we're getting older, and things are not looking good. It's going to get a lot hotter. But basically, we expect there to be and these are, this is so old, they're using the old A2, B1, the stress scenarios, but basically you have high and low emissions, and under a high emission scenario, the heat effect goes up by 50 to 90% in terms of mortality. Precipitation and drought are going to change, and we'll see a lot of changes. So wherever you see yellow to brown, it's basically fairly dramatic, 20 to 30%, up to 50% changes in declines in precipitation. In some areas, we'll see increases. India, according to this particular scenario, out to 2080 to 2100, is likely to see something like a 10 to 20% increase in precip. But there's also evapotranspiration, which is a result of temperature increases. So you can increase the precip, which in many parts of the Sahel zone, for instance, in the eastern Sahel, they're likely to see maybe significant increases in precipitation, but we know temperatures are going to be really a lot hotter there. And so net, you may see some declines in actual available water, basically soil moisture. If you want to measure the fundamental variable that's important for agriculture is soil moisture, and you're going to see declines in soil moisture. So one of the things you'll see in pretty much all models reproduces is an increase in the mid-latitude, well, it's kind of the slightly extratropical zone of drylands. So we're already seeing this to a large degree, a drying in the Mediterranean region, a drying in parts of southwest U.S., and also in Australia, southern Africa, and just below the equator in Brazil. And in a moment, I should show, right now, I'm going to show you why that is. What's happening is the Hadley cell, which is, this is just looking, imagine this is the Earth curves like this, but they flatten out the curve, and you're looking at it as a straight line. And you're looking at a cross section, let's just say towards the east, of the major wind systems and the pressure systems. And so you have a very low pressure zone over the equator. It's known as the intertropical convergence zone. This is where a lot of the rainfall occurs. That's why you get a monsoon every year in India as the temperatures heat up over the land and the monsoon area moves north. You get that rainfall. Same thing in West Africa. And what's happening, though, is this Hadley cell is expanding and flattening out and going more towards the north. And so that's going to result in increasing drought conditions because this is a high pressure area. When high pressure prevails, you get drought typically. When low pressure prevails, you get more rainfall. And feel free, if anyone's an atmospheric scientist here and wants to correct anything I said, raise your hand and feel free to do that because I think I'm getting it mostly correct, but there may be nuances. So other things we're seeing is increases in daily heavy precipitation. I know in India this is a big issue. I mentioned the Mumbai flood in 2005, but when you have a warming atmosphere, it carries more moisture, and that moisture can come down in very rapid cloudbursts of precipitation. Hopefully we don't see too much of that this week, but I saw that rain was forecasted for one of the days. And so basically, every model basically projects many more very wet days, meaning days with extremely high rainfall. And then rainfall intensity is projected to increase in the different areas out to 2080 to the 2100 mark. But in some areas, rainfall intensity is projected to be lower. So I'm not sure why that is. But you see areas of southern India, for instance, where rainfall intensity is expected to get more and more. Sea level rise, we know sea levels are rising based on tide gauge and satellite altimetry information, and this shows some of the projections. I personally, if there's a lot of uncertainty around this, so the West Antarctic ice sheet you might have heard about, if that were to suddenly start moving at a much more rapid clip, I think we could blow through a meter in this century and go higher. So the fact is that the cryosphere science is very good, but they still have a lot of uncertainties, and they don't know how quickly some of these things will unfold. But the best science back, at least until recently, was that sea level rise would be in the kind of under a meter level at a maximum. And that's also extremely regionally variable. So geography is very important. And so you have areas like delta regions where there's subsidence going on. You've got areas of uplift where actually some of the islands like the Maldives they're in areas of uplift. So if anything, they might actually outrun, sea level rise depending on how quickly they rise. But this shows India below 3 meters. So gives you an idea. I believe some of you, raise your hand if you're working in this region. So I see 3 or 4 hands. Great. So, that's a really important issue. You have both cyclones and you have sea level rise going on there. So what are some of the impacts of all this? This is what's called the burning embers diagram from the IPCC. And what it says is basically what is the risk due to climate change. And if it's darker purple, it means based on a certain temperature change, you will see, in the purple zone, that means there's a very high risk. So warm water corals are at very high risk even at a 1.5 degree temperature change. Mangroves, maybe a little bit more robust. Fisheries, kind of in the middle. Arctic region, very highly at risk, based on, just at a 2 meter level. Terrestrially, because anyway, you can go down the line here and see which areas and which sectors, like tourism, are at most risk based on different temperature changes. This is just an example of one climate impact in 1 year. So these were sort of this is the average trajectory of corn yields in the U.S. from 1940 onwards, when we started mechanizing heavily, increasing pesticide and chemical fertilizer use, And also, some of this might be resulting from CO2, what we call CO2 fertilization effects that actually increases yields to a degree. But in 2012, there was a major drought in the Midwest of the US, and that suddenly the yields dropped down by roughly, almost, well, you could say about a decade or 2 decades worth of yield was just cut off in 1 year by a drought. And this describes some of the impacts. The total cost was $30 billion and shows a guy looking at pretty dry ground. Other issues that we're going to see increasingly is the effect of high temperatures on recreation, but particularly outdoor labor. And I think this is a huge issue in India, and all of you are aware of it, is outdoor laborers, construction and agriculture increasingly are going to face real constraints. Their labor productivity will decline, and health-related issues are going to be on the rise. Kidney disease is one of those things. And unless you drink a lot of water when you're out in those kinds of high temperatures, the impact is really quite dramatic. And sea level rise. So this is just the same kind of map that I showed earlier, but for New York area where I'm from. And then you've got what I find interesting from a climate mobility perspective, and I chaired a conference last month that was called MR 2025, Mobility and Resilience 2025. And at that conference, we were talking about the potential to buy out housing and buy out and do policy measures that might restrict growth in some of these sea level rise prone areas of the coastal zone. Wonderful in principle, but I pointed out that census data just shows that all the growth is occurring in many of these areas that are most highly impacted by sea level rise, and now increasingly forest fires in Los Angeles and places like that. So we're talking about swimming against the tide. The tide is coming in, and we're trying to swim and change things, but it's often very hard to change them. This is a database that the Trump administration also discontinued because they didn't really want to hear about it, but it shows the increase over time in the number of billion-dollar disasters. So any disasters over $1 billion are registered in this database. And you can see that it's just increased over time. If you looked at the more recent bars, some of the things like the LA fires and the, you're just talking about increases that are quite dramatic. Tipping points. This is another big issue in climate science and an area of extreme uncertainty, but there could be changes that occur that create positive feedbacks. So the positive feedbacks include things like if you warm the permafrost in the north, things like methane can be released by that permafrost that is melted. You have essentially huge reservoirs of methane in the polar regions that could be released into the atmosphere, creating a positive feedback. Boreal forests are already increasingly susceptible to forest fires. I mentioned a little bit about the risk of Amazon forest becoming more of a steppe or a dryland area. And one of the other feedbacks that I was learning a lot more about at this conference last week at Scenarios Forum, because I wanted to go to some of the sessions on tipping points, which I find to be an interesting area, is this idea that the AMOC, the Atlantic Meridional Ocean Current, so this is basically a current, a warm water that keeps Europe in nice temperatures, because you have what's called the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream is actually winds. It's a pattern of, it's an atmospheric pattern in which that warm water warms the air above it, and then that air is transported and blows all the way up into Europe, northern Europe. You would have uninhabitable conditions in places like Norway and England and other places. Well, not totally uninhabitable, but they would become a lot less hospitable, let's put it that way, because if you turn this current off, if you turn off the AMOC. So the AMOC it turns out ocean currents are critical to understanding how tipping points might occur. And part of the reason those might be disrupted is because you're melting so much really cold water the ice water that's coming off the glaciers of in the ice sheets of Greenland, and they're going to upset this gyre that occurs in the northern Atlantic, and in complex ways may cut off this transport of heat to. And I saw maps showing what might happen with corn yields and wheat yields in the future, and it's quite dramatic. You know, we're talking about large areas, the corn belt of the U.S. and wheat growing areas of Russia and Ukraine, that suddenly you can't produce those crops anymore. And it would be, in a way, startling because we're expecting warming everywhere, but this would actually cause a dramatic shift in colder temperatures in those areas. All right, so we've seen that some bad things could happen. What we do depends on solutions. And here we just, look at, efforts to curtail some of these greenhouse gases. Everything on this side of the line results in warming, and everything on this side of the line results in cooling. And what we want to do is decrease the red lines, the red bars, and increase the blue bars, right? Absorb more carbon in land activities, and transition to things like solar. And so these are some of the wedges, they call them, in terms of changing emissions. So reducing by being more efficient, reducing increasing vehicle passenger efficiency, heavy trucks, expanding renewable energy use, capturing and storing, etc. And each of these wedges can reduce, at least in the U.S., we're talking about reduce the amount of emissions. So we need to move towards a more sustainable mix of energies. I was just in the UK and was struck that probably, it looked to me like maybe 10% of the vehicle fleet now is electric EVs, which in the US we're very far from that. China, I think it's closer to like 50%. I don't know what it is in India, but there's huge potential to increase EV usage. And all this, the seeming fear that people have about moving to EV, I think is maybe unwarranted as long as we do it using renewable energies. And then population, I didn't put this in, by the way, but my colleagues in the climate science side, they put the people in because yes, population is a factor. This is something, it was really a thought experiment I did back in about 15 years ago. And I was just kind of curious. So Americans don't really know what a ton of CO2 looks like. Do you know what a ton of CO2 looks like? Can you imagine a ton of CO2? I can't. I have a hard time imagining what a ton of CO2, what a gas, a ton of a gas looks like. Well, it could be. You could use your imagination. My imagination led me to say, what is a ton of CO2 in gallons of gasoline? Because Americans understand what a gallon is because every time they go to buy some milk, they buy it in a gallon jug, okay? All right? So we can actually imagine what a gallon of gasoline looks like. Every time we fill up our tank, we know it's roughly 10 to 15 gallons. If it's an SUV, it might be 20 to 30 gallons. So I did the thought experiment to say, if every country in the world equitably consumed the same amount of CO2 in terms of gallons of gasoline, what would we need to do to get to a point where everyone is equitably consuming a sustainable level, not just consuming at the same level, but a level that would bring us some level of climate stabilization? The US would have to go from roughly 2,500 gallons of gasoline per person down to 100 gallons of gasoline. India, you guys don't have such a great challenge, or didn't when I did this calculation. And so you're around 250, and you have to just have the number to about 100 gallons per gasoline. But one point I make with my American colleagues is that 100 gallons of gasoline is basically going with your Ford Explorer, which is one of the biggest SUVs that they drive in the US, and you fill it up 3 times and you're done. That's it. You've used your allocation for the year, and but how does the economy run? How does the government run? How does anything else run? There's nothing left over. So our challenge is really quite huge, and it's getting, we made some baby steps, but we're not nearly there. Then you have the problem of attitudes and beliefs. And of course, this is where I asked you your question, are we getting closer to the sun? Is the sun increasing its output? These are the kinds of responses that you get. And in the US, at the time they did this poll, roughly 31% people said it's the ozone hole that's causing the climate change. Another 7% said that we've got increased output. The heat from the sun is getting more. And then, of course, the Earth's orbit is getting closer to the sun. So all this nonsense stuff, and that's all social media and crap science that's being perpetuated. India, not a lot better. Sorry, guys, but there's some room for improvement. All right, where am I? How much time? I have about 10 minutes. So I'll cover some other areas, and if I don't get through the whole thing, no problem. Nobody's fallen asleep yet, which is pretty amazing. I did see you nodding off, Professor Raman, but you're forgiven because you've been working so hard to put this together. I do the same thing, frankly. If you have to nod off, I will not call you out like I did my good friend. So uncertainty of projections. This is a quote. So doubt is not a pleasant condition, but certainty is an absurd one. So frankly, we'll never get to a point where we know everything we need to know about everything, and we can just, have a state of total knowledge. So why is it important to know about uncertainty? Well, there's an element that's just random. That's a rolling of the dice component. We don't know what's going to come out when we roll the dice. So there's natural variability in the climate system. And frankly, that's just a part of life. It's going to be there's a random element. Total uncertainty, however, is a combination of both the random element and the epistemic uncertainty that we have. That's basically that we just don't know everything there is to know about the world. You remember Donald Rumsfeld? He was the Secretary of Defense. He said, there's the known unknowns, the unknown unknowns, and some other knowns. And basically, we live in this state where we know about some things, but we don't know how it's going to impact things fully, like AI we were talking about earlier. So what's that going to do for energy use? We can hypothesize, we have some conjecture, but we don't know how it's going to affect fossil fuel use, for instance. All that stuff may be powered miraculously by solar, we don't know. But there's just certain things also about interlinkages in the system. We've been talking about complex systems. The system itself is just inherently complex, and we don't fully understand the complexities of this world. So this is how climate models work, and basically, just to simplify it down to the bare bones, you've got emissions, you've got natural perturbations such as solar and volcanic activity, which the volcanic activity results in more sulfur dioxide and more high atmospheric particulates. Land use and land cover, that's another area of uncertainty. Then you have observations of these things, and there's uncertainty in the observations. So the data we have are not altogether always correct. They're not always unbiased. There's also measurement errors, things of that sort. Impact models also result in a certain amount of uncertainty, which can then, if you have an impact model that says you're going to see a change in the Amazon, well, that'll affect land use and land cover, but there's uncertainty in that. And then policy and resource management decision making, all of this realm of what's going to happen, are we going to meet the Paris targets, are all the nationally determined contributions going to be met or not, are they sufficiently high enough to meet the need to reduce greenhouse gases? All of this represents areas of uncertainty. So what do we know? The future trajectory of emissions of greenhouse gases based on these SSPs I was talking about earlier, how the world will develop economically, socially, politically, technology. So that's one area of uncertainty. We can explore that through these various future scenarios, the SSPs being the primary mechanism we use. How the climate system responds to increasing greenhouse gases, explored through the use of climate models. The spatial scales at which climate models are run is an additional source of uncertainty. I'll talk about that in a second. And then natural internal variability in the climate system. There's just a certain amount of natural variability, which is a source of uncertainty. We've talked about these already. Numbers are the amount by which radiative balance would be disturbed if a given pathway were followed. Some are optimistic, some are pessimistic. There are issues around our understanding of the response to forcings. The forcings being, again, the greenhouse gas emissions primarily, but also land cover change. Due to complexity of the climate system and various limitations of the modeling system, different choices about the model subsystems as well. So these are all choices you make in the modeling process. Different climate models respond differently to external forcings. So that's why not every single model always will produce the same average warming across the globe, and there'll be regional differences as well. The MIPS, the CMIPS, the Climate Model Intercomparison Program, has really helped us to quantify uncertainty. There used to be about 40 different models in CMIP5. Now there's over 100 models run by 49 different modeling groups. So there's a lot of modeling going out there, and each model has its own particularities about how it represents the Earth system, namely all this stuff that we talked about earlier. You need to have all of these elements accurately mapped in your model in order to basically understand what's going to happen. So how do we simulate this? We create this stacked grid cell system, and we model the physical processes. And each grid cell then is connected to the neighboring grid cells. I'm not a modeler. I don't know all the intricacies. There's a heck of a lot of math that goes into this. Is there a climate modeler in the room? Okay, just curious. Huh? Okay, well, you can raise your hand if you're a climate modeler. And so it's complicated, right? And these guys are very smart, and women. They're all very smart, but you can understand it's not an easy process to get this right. And all these things are important: the amount of sea ice, the amount of water. What we've seen is since 1979, the average sensitivity to a doubling of CO2 in the atmosphere has remained at roughly 3 degrees Celsius. So since the earliest days of climate modeling, we have not been able to change that number. Maybe that's just a robust number, and maybe that's just what it's going to be. But what we have been able to do is shrink the uncertainty around that. So we're no longer facing the same levels of uncertainty as we faced in the past. Does that make sense? So double the amount of CO2, you should see around a 3 degrees warming. So what was the CO2 level again from the charts that we saw earlier, beginning in 1950? 316. So we'd have to get to 630, I guess, parts per million in order to see a 3-degree temperature change. And then, the biggest uncertainty actually, apparently, this is according to my climate science colleagues, has to do whether it's high clouds that you have primarily or low clouds. So more low clouds, more cumulus, those nice fluffy clouds, the nice clouds, they push more radiation out of the atmosphere, they reflect back. And so this is all about how solar radiation affects and is affected by cloud cover. And, part of the issue is also the effect that these clouds have on long-wave outgoing radiation in the way they trap it or let it go through. So it's important to know these things. Just to say that one of the things that I've noticed and I kind of wondered about is, here we are in 2025, right here. So if we were in 1925 and people said, I don't really care what happens beyond 2000, those people, it's a totally different generation, blah, blah, blah. Here we are, we kind of look as if currently we talk about 2100 being a long way off. Well, a child being born today, right, stands, in all probability, they will live to see 2100. So we should stop, I think, thinking about the future as if it ends at 2100, but really start thinking about longer term trajectories. But what's interesting is the number of models that go out beyond 2100 reduces substantially. So you see the number of models that are modeling using these different RCPs declines once you go beyond 2100. I talked a little bit about uncertainty from the climate modeling perspective. So 400 kilometers squared looks, the Rocky Mountains of the US look like that. As you get higher and higher resolution, down to 10 kilometer, you can actually see the real elevation deviations. So averaging over large areas tends to produce uncertainty. I think I'll skip this. This just shows effects of different climate resolutions on the precipitation in the current period. So it kind of gives you an idea of how resolution affects a representation of one physical parameter. There's also natural variability. There's been a lot of change. There's change year on year. I'm not going to go into this as much. There's also uncertainty around when we're going to reach net zero emissions. And, you know, the idea was that somehow we should try to really move quickly and smoothly to a net zero transition by 2050, but we keep pushing that date out. So the longer you push it out, the more dramatic the transition has to be, and the more quickly you have to move to net zero. How does this all relate? This is kind of interesting, and it'll be a thought experiment really for you to think about, because I didn't really believe this work, and I heard about it before, but then a colleague explained it to me. I said, maybe there's a point to this. So how does all this climate science relate to climate mobility? So you heard earlier about the Hadley cells I was talking about, in the way that the circulation of the atmosphere brings high pressure to these belts, and you have much higher, greater degrees of aridity and semi-aridity. So and you see, the Hadley cell, for most of where it descends, it descends over areas of the ocean for the most part in the southern hemisphere. So there's much more land area in the northern hemisphere where it descends. What you're going to see as a result of increasing heat in the atmosphere and climate change is an expansion or flattening of the Hadley cell. So areas that were to the north of the Hadley cell, like northern France or central France, or maybe parts of Northern California or into Oregon in the US. I'm sorry to use these examples. I don't have an equivalent for, and I think my alarm is going off. So this is really the last point I'm going to make, is those areas will now be much drier, and we'll see an expansion of drylands into those areas. Water scarcity may grow more, but these guys came up with a way of talking about having, so this is a new concept that's sort of been floating. I think about this a lot. If you want to talk about it, I might even bring it up in one of my later lectures. But this idea that there's a human climate niche, that places that are more suitable for human habitability than others, with better average annual temperatures and things. Frankly, I was just in the UK, and I thought that's a pretty nice climate niche. It was hot last week, but it wasn't that hot, and it cooled off at night quite a bit. But this human climate niche will see declines in suitability as temperatures rise. And so this is sort of a controversial concept. It kind of likens us to animals. And because what do ecologists think about? They think about the niche for different species. And so you could say that it's too simplistic and doesn't have any validity for humans, who are very complex and ability to adapt to different environments. But there's also projections that look at future economic impacts, changes in GDP, and these may seem quite extreme, but these are noted scientists who are actually doing this work, and they look at the real potential impacts on GDP, comparing, looking out to 2100 in a high emission scenario. And so one of the things that you'll see is that by latitude, temperatures vary less around the tropics. So this is the mid-tropics right here, 20 plus 20 north in the tropical zone. So temperatures don't vary as much. They tend to be high. I'm sorry, again, this is in Fahrenheit, but they start declining rapidly as you move poleward from there. And so if you wanted to think about this in terms of a temperature conserving distance, then the way you could think about this is the distance that you would have to travel to get out to maintain the same temperature in 2070 compared to today. And the distance you have to travel northward from India is a lot farther than I would have to travel from New York to get, like I might only have to travel 100 kilometers north in order, or 200 kilometers, to preserve the same temperature in 2070. I would experience essentially the same climate more or less by moving 200 kilometers, whereas you might need to move more like 1,000 kilometers or more north. Now, of course, this varies by altitude, so landforms affect this as well. In the south, the southern hemisphere, as I mentioned, the distance you would have to travel is roughly the same, but you end up with a lot more ocean. So you can't actually move into those areas because they're essentially covered by oceans. Does that make sense? If this is too confusing, disregard it. It's just a thought experiment, really. It's not to say that's what's going to happen, but it's just to say, as a climate scientist, you could look at it from that perspective. And this was an example of work done by one of my colleagues, Adam Sobel and Solomon Sang, and they basically looked at percent of the world population living that would have to migrate various distances to preserve the same temperature in 2070 as they experience today. And, a fairly sizable, roughly a third of the population would only have to move about 500 kilometers. But there's even more, many more people who have to move far longer distances. So with that, I will close and take any questions you may have. I saw it. I'll just take the hands I saw first. So I saw.
Sir, you talked about two models, shared economic pathways and representative concentration pathways. Can we integrate these two, and what would be the data sets or techniques for that?
Thank you so much, sir, for this articulate presentation and taking us to the world of atmospheric and planetary sciences. So the drowsiness didn't hit, or the post-lunch drowsiness wasn't there clearly because of such an interesting demonstration. So my question is more towards the international geopolitics part of how the takeaway from this presentation. So I would like to take your perspective as an American, from somebody coming from a developed world. So in the COP conferences proceedings, there is the key note of contention is that the global economies, emerging economies like particularly China and India, they are held responsible for the global carbon emissions by and large. But when I had a visit to Europe, I found that there are many luxury brands, be it for handbags or any item, particularly materialistic brands. Sir, all of them have their industries in countries like Bangladesh, major textile industries. So when it comes to climate finance, why is there a tug of war between developed and developing world nations? Like, who is responsible for global emissions? Do we need to address the carbon footprint first of an average, say for example, American, please don't mind that, versus an average Indian? Or is it that we have to see things in the global perspective? If the developing nations, which is true, they are global emitters of carbon right now, currently, but in the developing world, there is no austerity in consumption behavior. For example, in the capitalist market, there's marketing and there's no sustainable fashion there. So, for example, recent controversy of Prada brand where they were producing footwear which were sustainable. So that culminates from the source. The source is India. So we have been a land of sustainable. So when it comes to climate finance, how do you address that? If it's a paradox. Thank you.
Those two right now, and then, so in fact, the first question is basically why the SSPs were developed, and you might have noticed if you paid attention was they moved from talking about combinations of SSPs and RCPs, which was SSP 5 and RCP 8.5, et cetera. They started talking about 5-85 to 6 and things like that. And frankly, I was talking to my colleagues. So I sit on a steering committee called Iconics. It's a group that manages the SSP process. And I asked them, because I wasn't actually aware why that happened in the last assessment. They said it was, frankly, nobody consulted with them and it was a mistake. So they started hardwiring into these climate models the idea that SSP 5 is linked to this 8.5 and the SSP 3 is linked to maybe 4.5 or something. And that was not intended to be the case. You're actually supposed to be able to pair the SSPs separately. So you could come up with scenarios in which an SSP4 world generates emissions at the level of, say, 6.0 or whatever. So I'm just, I think that they are definitely meant to be important for use by the climate modelers, but they weren't meant to be hardwired in, because the scenarios themselves are supposed to be a flexible framework for understanding. I was at a workshop in Vienna in June, and basically they were talking about health-related outcomes. But there are people who look at a whole range of different economic. I looked at the last conference, there was someone doing debt to GDP ratios under different SSPs. Fascinating work. And I'll talk more about why I think that's fascinating in a future lecture. But thinking about debt and what the likely debt ratios are in countries as a result of climate mitigation activities and adaptation activities and spending on other social services is really a critical issue, because that's what's going to be what allows us to kind of get to, if government finance runs out or we have governments defaulting, it's going to create a very uncertain world. Yeah, I mean, the whole issue of imports to northern countries, I think, is not well understood by average people, but certainly scientists are understanding the fact that you have to look at essentially the carbon footprint of individuals and where they're sourcing their materials from. And Mattis Wackernagel actually guest lectures in a course that I teach on composite indicators. He's the founder or the folder of the ecological footprint. You might have heard of the ecological footprint. It measures everything in terms of hectares of biologically productive land. He's from Switzerland. I said, how did you come up with this idea? He said, I grew up in the post-war Switzerland where we had to grow all of our food on our land in Switzerland, which you can imagine is a mountainous country with very little arable land. So he became acutely aware of the constraints. So he moved to the U.S. Of course, we believe there's no constraints in the U.S., but he still saw the vital nature, the vital importance of measuring total consumption in a way that people could kind of understand. But I think it does miss some elements like the luxury goods. That's a whole other area. They tend to be, yes, manufactured in countries with maybe lower environmental standards, and the results of, the emissions are credited to those countries rather than to the ultimate consumer. So there's been a lot of ways of doing accounting, for this transfer of material, of emissions and transfer of water, the embodied water of various products from imports and exports. It's really critical to know about that. It's certainly very important. I guess maybe we can take one or two more questions and then, sorry, what was it? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Alex, for your nice presentation. Actually, I have a concern. Okay, you have talked about climate change, global warming, and carbon emission. Okay, my concern is how can climate justice be ensured for those least responsible but most affected by global warming? Okay, this is the concern I have, and I want you to put some insight.
So that's, I'll come back to you. I think you had your hand up, right, earlier? Or did two of you have it? Okay. Well, we'll take three more questions, okay? Let's just do it right now. Quick.
I just have like some add-ons like on, for example, individual carbon footprint. If it, like there could be some mechanism possibly that we can develop to address that. But what's the larger context in the geopolitical connotation where we see the conventional war being started? And I reminded of the work by Neta C. Crawford, who actually works on charting the US military emission onwards the Second World War, which is like almost equal to the half of the South Asian nation. So particularly in a context that we can work on limiting the individual carbon footprint by the regulation. But who is going to regulate this state?
Sir, there are a lot of models at global, national, and subnational level. I was asking about the climate models on the city scale because each cities have urban heat islands and they pose a different climatic scenario than the surrounding areas.
So the climate models as well?
Sir, actually,
Okay. Small scale. Yeah.
Sir, actually, I don't have any question, but I want your valuable suggestion on my doubt that we see from the slides that for future modeling prediction modeling we need to get well aware of the past data trends, but it is very difficult to get data for the variables like CO2, SO2, for other pollutants on a very small level data, like he is telling like Varanasi and its suburban areas, and while working for a micro level, for example, like Varanasi and its suburban area, which are now drastically expanding in terms of urbanization. So here is I want your suggestion. How will it affect the accuracy of that future prediction modeling scenario? First, and then second, what are the ways you can suggest to tackle this problem, real world problem?
So the first, I think, was about climate justice. Most of the emissions coming from the U.S. and North America. All right, you're putting me on the spot now. We'll talk about climate justice. I always kick the ball down the field, right? So we'll talk about climate justice a bit more tomorrow, but or the days will start blending together in my head. But we will talk about it, and clearly it's a huge issue. Unfortunately, we live in a world with power structures that tend to be heavily influenced by fossil fuel industries and by this notion that countries can only really prosper by burning fossil fuels. And then there's this whole freedom element, and that's one of the backlashes in the U.S. is people don't want to be told what to do. They want to be able to retain their ability to consume. I'm going to ask for 2 words from you because I remember your question, but
Work on charting US climate emission post World War II. That is equal to the emission of half of the South.
no, I mean it's basically the same issue. I mean it's the fact that the U.S. has been profligate in its use of fossil fuels. And in fact, you could say that post-World War II, we set up the global order so that we could extract the maximum amount of petroleum resources, fossil fuels from the rest of the world and maintain a certain order that benefited us. No, I know. It's a huge issue. I'm not a huge, I'm not a modeler, I told you, but there are, increasing efforts to localize projections even down to city scales using nested models. And, some of it can be done fairly simply through what they call statistical downscaling, which basically takes the patterns that the coarse models generate against data from the historical period and looks at the delta, like the difference, and then they just downscale basing on that same delta from the observed data to the coarse resolution data, and they can then sort of project out what might happen for temperature. Less so for precip. I think precip is much more of a wild card in a lot of the modeling work. There's less certainty in precipitation modeling. And then you had about Varanasi and use emissions data. Emissions data I'm a little less familiar with, but there's clever people who have figured out how to come up with, understand at a country level how much a country is emitting. I think it's basically, huge economic models of trade and measurement of amounts of fossil fuels being burned. And so it really, frankly, from a climate perspective, doesn't matter how much Varanasi burns. Varanasi could disappear off the map and India would still probably burn about the same. I'm not saying it should. I'm just saying, just to be clear, at that micro scale, it doesn't really matter how much is being emitted because it all goes up into the atmosphere. What is the atmosphere? A huge sink. That's what it's viewed at, or what we have historically viewed it as is a sink for all of our pollutants. We just don't think of it that way, right? We know where our trash goes. It goes to a big landfill or gets burned in an incinerator. But the atmosphere is a sink for all the things that we burn. One more.
Thank you, sir, for the informative lecture. And my question is on climate model downscaling. When we downscale at the regional level or local level, we didn't even consider the socio-economic or political nuance at the local level. So how this is reliable enough for the local level climate modeling?
Just to be sure I understand what you're asking, how do you downscale the socioeconomic scenarios?
When we use statistical modeling like quantile mapping or any other statistical downscaling method, we didn't even consider the socioeconomic pathways. So the name is socioeconomic pathways, but we didn't even consider the data. So how this?
Well, the global climate models, so you're downscaling from some coarse resolution model, and all of those models should at some level understand what the SSPs are. So it's not as important when you're downscaling, whatever method you use to downscale, it's not as important for you to understand what this SSP will be for that local area for the same reason that it doesn't matter how much greenhouse gases Varanasi emits or what the local economy of Varanasi is. It doesn't really matter for the atmosphere because it's these global level emissions that are more important. I don't know if I answered your question, but I'll be delighted to talk offline with any of you. So.
Thank you so much. That shows the beauty of Dr. Alex, that he has generated energy to the participant. And that is his scholarship, that he wake you up in the post-lunch session. That is the most difficult task, I know, as a teacher. I was a little bit tired in the sense that I have eaten more than you. Anyways, so friends, we have a very good session, one very good inaugural session and one session on very nice presentation on population and climate change. He very nicely related with a lot of data, how the population is related with the climate change issues. And the second post-lunch session was second lecture was on what he showed, the climate change and social vulnerability of different parts of the world, as mentioned before that. And the third session was on climate science and climate change. That was one of the most important. All lectures were so very important and with fact and precise research that has been conducted by various scientists and Alex Sebastian's group at the Columbia Climate Change Center and other places. So friends, that is all today. Yeah.
There's more. So bear with me. I'd like to do the little exercise to get to know you better. I'm just going to ask you a few things outside this room, and we're going to go and you're going to vote with your feet. That means you basically move to the group that's represented. First, I'm just going to say, if you're female, move over here. If you're male, move over there. That'll just be the illustration at first. Then I'll ask you a few more questions, and I just want to get to know you better, where you're coming from, what some of the disciplines are represented in the room, etc. So that's the vote with your feet exercise. Hopefully you understood. When you're asked to move into a group, I'll point out the areas you should move to, and you move to the group that you identify with most. You don't have to be 100%, like I know some of you are interdisciplinary. So if I say, are you a physical scientist or a social scientist, move to the one you think you lean towards more. I would say I'm more of a social scientist, but you know. The other thing is tonight I'm going to send around very shortly a link to the exercise we're going to do tomorrow afternoon. Okay, so this is the tutorial. You will need to read one article, and I'm going to ask you to sign up in a sheet. There's what we talk about climate mobility archetypes. Okay, different types of situations geographically. I mentioned coastal areas, mountain areas, dryland areas, urban areas. And what you'll be asked to do is choose one of those areas and then choose one of the readings. When you sign up, pay attention to what readings other people are choosing, because there's only 2 readings per group. If everyone reads only one of the articles, you'll have no perspective to bring from the other side. So that's why I want you to choose a group. And if you see everyone's heaping on to, you know, highland areas, regions of mountains, try to self-distribute yourself. You know, if you sign up earlier, you'll have a better chance. So I'll send out the email in a little bit, and then there'll be a link, and you'll be able to sign up in a sign-up sheet. So the descriptor is what you'll get. It's a document. It's a Google Doc. The description of the exercise is there. And then the link at the very top of the Google Doc will point you to a sign-up sheet. So you'll sign up in that sign-up sheet. And you can scan the document first and see what the 5 or 10, well, there's like 10 different archetypes that I'm talking about. And then you'll choose one of the readings. Does that make sense? Everybody's nodding. They're saying yes. Remember, try to, if you see all your neighbors signing up for one of the readings, do the other one. And they're all equally good. They're great readings. And then what I'll do is on the same Google Drive that Professor Raman has set up for you, I'll put all the readings in that drive. So it's going to take me about an hour to get all this set up, and then we'll send out an email. So if you see me rushing from here after the exercise, don't grab me by the shirt and say, I want to talk to you about my PhD dissertation, but let me go to the room and take care of that so that you'll have an exercise. Then you can grab me by the shirt later over dinner. I'll be happy to anytime chat about your PhD. And I don't want to say that in a dismissive way. I really am very interested in the work that each of you is doing. So did you have anything more you wanted to say, Professor?
So we call it a day. We go outside and we make the group, as rightly said by Dr. Alex. And tomorrow morning we'll meet with a fresh mind, with fresh energy. Thank you so much. 10 o'clock.